who's going to help him with his initiatives. And I think what we've seen, again, in public light over these recent days is them talking about that, what they could do, and also kind of making overtures of their own to Donald Trump to talk about sort of what their
Has Trump
expertise
explicitly endorsed Scott, though?
He is not.
That's interesting.
He did in the past. He hasn't done this time around. And so he's kind of sitting back to watch how all of this plays out. Of course, he'll be in Washington today. He's going to be meeting with Joe Biden, but also speaking to Republicans in the House about the agenda as well.
All right, all eyes on that vote. David Gura, great to see you. And
be
sure to check out today's Big Take story on Elon Musk, of course. Now, coming up, Volkswagen boosts its bet on Rivian. More details next. This is Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. Taking a look at futures right now, the S&P 500 deciding what it wants to do. Of course, we were lower a little bit earlier in pre-market trading. Then we got those inflation figures bang on line with expectations, but showing that inflation is still firm in the U.S. economy. You add it all together, the S&P 500 pretty much unchanged in pre-market trading, as too is the NASDAQ 100, your big tech stocks, pretty much unchanged. Of course, we had a down day yesterday, particularly for those small caps, the Russell 2000, a wipeout yesterday, but at least for right now, higher by about 0.8%. Of course, that drop in yields probably helps the little guys, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of those little guys don't make money. I think 40% of the Russell 2000 is the last estimate I heard. Let's talk about a smaller stock, and that is Rivian. Certainly smaller than its biggest rival, Tesla. It is up in the pre-market right now by more than 10% after Volkswagen announced it would boost its bet on the Indiana-based EV maker by $800 million. That brings its total investment to $5.8 billion. The two companies also named leaders for their joint venture and showcased a prototype car, and that's what the market's getting excited about. Here to break it down for us is Bloomberg's Global Autos editor, Craig Trudell. And Craig, this story made especially interesting, I think at least to me, I heard Katie mention it earlier, by the fact that, you know, their biggest rival in Tesla, the leader of that company and founder, is now going to run DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. So investors are still willing to bet on Rivian, I guess.
Yeah, I think Volkswagen could probably use Department of Efficiency. I make that crack at their expense because we've followed for some years now Volkswagen trying to get electric vehicles to market, trying to develop its own software. It's spent a ton of money on this business internally called Cariad that was supposed to do this sort of software on its own. That's been an abject failure and just a disaster. So what we've seen is Volkswagen make this pretty surprising decision in the last few months to sort of hitch its wagon to Rivian. It's not a huge shock in the sense that this has been seen as a big strength of Rivian's, and it is this sort of coming together of two companies that sort of speak to the idea of you shouldn't discount how hard it is to do software as a manufacturing company, and you shouldn't discount how hard it is to manufacture as a software company, because we've seen Rivian, on the other hand, really have trouble with ramping up production of its electric trucks and SUVs.
I want to double down on the point Matt was making here as well, because on a day you see Elon Musk's attentions being even closer to Washington, you see Tesla's stock up even more. It's only up about 2.8% pre-market at the moment. But how do investors feel about the divided attention? And it's interesting, does Rivian actually have something to gain here as you think about where Musk's attention is going?
I think it's a great question, and it's something that we'll probably see, raised, the more and the longer that Musk is so closely fixated on all things Trump and what his administration is going to do. He's been spending an awful lot of time at Mar-a-Lago. He's been sort of, exchanging messages on X with his fans about how much video games he plays and having a lot of fun with that. That's all well and good when Tesla is sort of going to the moon again. But I think this collaboration between Rivian and Volkswagen just adds to the amount of competition that Tesla is facing, and we shouldn't also lose sight of the idea that Tesla really has to sort of knock it out of the park the last few months of this year just to get to even in terms of sales from last year. This is not a company that is growing at the rapid rate that we're used to, and Musk, I think got everybody excited about, getting back to a year of strong growth in 2025, but how exactly he gets there is really still quite unclear.
All right, Craig, always great to speak with you. That is Bloomberg's Craig Trudell talking about Volkswagen boosting its bet on Rivian's EV tech by $800 million. Matt Miller, you point out that Rivian worth just $10 billion. Tesla, its biggest rival, is $1 trillion.
$1 trillion, so 100 times
that is
the size of Rivian.
Many dollars. In any case, coming up, we are less than 4 minutes away from the opening bell. We'll discuss the market moves in reaction to CPI and everything else with Raquel Odin from HSBC Wealth. This is Bloomberg.
Make sure that we're exposed to categories that continue to be relevant to consumers, that we're positioned in categories where we have a competitive right to win.
By strategically adding and shedding assets, General Mills has turned over about 20% of its net sales base in the last 6 years. It's dramatically expanded its pet food platform, starting with the purchase of Blue Buffalo pet products in 2018. That expansion dovetailed with a boom in demand.
Pet in the U.S., pet feeding and treating, is a $50 billion category. It's almost 5 times the size of a category like cereal.
Is this the future of the company? I mean, we so much associate General Mills with breakfast and cereals, human breakfast and human cereals. Are we now going to be thinking about General Mills much more as a pet food company?
I think you'll be thinking about General Mills as a food company where we treat all the members of the family like family.
The humanization of pets is actually the biggest driver of pet food and pet treating growth. It has derivatives in not only feeding, which is the core thing that most households where most of the dollars go against the pet, but treating, and then you start to branch out to things like vitamins and minerals and supplements.
People really love their pets. They want to take care of their pets like they do their family, and it really is a global phenomenon. That's why we recently entered the China market with Blue Buffalo. That's why we bought Edgar & Cooper recently in Europe, because we see the same kinds of trends that have played out here in the U.S. playing out all over the world.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia trade.
You're watching the close.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We saw futures down this morning, and they haven't moved up substantially, but you do have now at least a green arrow on S&P futures after CPI came out, bang in line with expectations, and Mike McKee interviewed Neil Kashkari on Bloomberg TV. You decide what moved markets. The NASDAQ futures are still down about 0.1%, a little bit more right now. And of course, we are still at very high levels, right? I mean, we crossed over and closed above 6,000 just 2 days ago. So it would make sense that we have another lackluster day after Katie Greifeld. Yesterday was the first down day in 6 sessions. What are you looking at today when you see the indexes?
I'm looking at what you're looking at, and that is not a lot of action right now. The S&P 500, it's up a little bit after that bang-in-line CPI. You did see some movement higher. That was expected when it came to headline annualized CPI. You add it all together, the S&P 500 hanging out just below 6,000, but we're very, very close to those record levels, so we'll see where we go from here. You take a look at big tech, not too much movement, down a little bit right now on your big tech benchmark. Then you take a look at the small caps. All the action there, once again, the action was to the downside in a big way yesterday, but right now you take a look at the Russell 2000 higher by 0.7%. We'll see if that holds. But let's look under the surface here, because Rivian surging after Volkswagen agreed to increase its investment in this EV maker by $800 billion, boosting their bet. You can see that's boosting shares up by almost 11%, Shanali, but through yesterday's close, this stock was down 55% year to date.
Big double-digit moves. It's like we've been seeing all year. A lot of intra-index volatility, single stock volatility. Over here, I'm keeping an eye on Rocket Lab. It is up more than 30% at the market open, jumping after their fourth quarter revenue forecast beat estimates. It's being fueled by more scheduled launches in November and December, Matt.
I'm just noting, Shanali, that Bitcoin has now crossed up through $90,000. So I know you keep a close eye on this digital asset as the anchor of the Bloomberg Crypto Show. I'm looking at it as well, and we are going to speak in just about a half hour with Mike Novogratz of Galaxy Digital. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on Bitcoin, but topping $90,000 for the first time. I remember deciding not to buy it for $75 when I started covering this
To the
asset.
moon, to the moon.
Yeah, a lot of hodlers
You wouldn't
out
be
there.
here if you had held on to it.
That's probably likely.
Yeah.
Spirit Airlines is going the other direction. After an agreement with creditors, it is expected to lead to the cancellation of the company's existing equity. As a result, obviously, the shares are going to be worth less right now, and unbelievably, they're still worth $1.30. We're also watching Cava. That's like a Mediterranean food chain that I haven't even seen.
It's so good.
Is it good?
So good.
I would like to try it, but there aren't any around here, right?
I think you have to go lower down in Manhattan, which I am loath to do.
Yeah, it's
I'm not gonna
unlikely
do
that I'll be down there anytime soon, but maybe Abigail Doolittle has had some, and she's got a closer look, certainly, at the stock. Abby?
It's funny, I was thinking the same thing, that I would really like to see what this is all about, but I have not had it. I might be willing to venture to downtown Manhattan to try it out, but take a look at the stock, really spiking on the day, up 13.3%, the best day since August. They essentially beat on every metric in the quarter that was. Smaller numbers, but nonetheless, for relative to earnings, it was a 37% beat. For sales, a 4.6% beat. Lots of good details to the quarter here. Now, it's interesting. JP Morgan is saying it was a really good quarter, but when you look at this company, metric across metric, valuation-wise, it's super, super rich. So they like the company long-term, but they do have a neutral. Now, if we put Kava's performance on the year into the perspective of Sweetgreen, we can see it's not so dissimilar. Certainly beating Chipotle, and I can say not only have I had Chipotle, I love Chipotle. So if Kava is better than Chipotle based on this stock experience here, which that's not a great analogy, but maybe there's some suggestion of that. Definitely want to try Kava. You were just talking about Bitcoin, Matt. Let's take a look at Kava relative to Bitcoin, because yes, the cryptocurrency has certainly been higher. In white, we have Bitcoin, and at that 90,000, but Kava, since its June 2023 or spring 2023 IPO, really outpacing even Bitcoin, up about 650% since that time. Really pretty incredible there.
I love that look, Katie. Do you not think that's a fascinating
Comparing
comparison?
Kava to crypto? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's that. I would imagine that's correlation. It's not causation, but I don't know. Crazier things have happened. It was interesting to see Sweetgreen is up so much year to date. Weren't we talking last week about how they haven't turned a profit?
Never make money. And if rates are this high, you got to worry about them.
It's an AI kitchen bet, I believe.
Yeah?
Part of that.
Do they have AI technology over
They're
at
working
Sweetgreen?
on it. They're working on it.
The robots will make you salads. In any case, it looks like investors love salad stocks. Let's broaden out this conversation, though, because sitting next to me is Raquel Odin. She is HSBC Head of Wealth and Personal Banking. It's great to see you in person again.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me back.
So I won't ask you about salad, but I will ask you about the fact that we're through the election, we're through the Fed. We got CPI this morning, and we also have gotten a host of earnings. As we sit in the fourth quarter and progress through year end, what is your feeling right now?
So what I would say is it's exactly what we talked about previously. We talked about post-elections, equity markets always rally, so we are seeing that. We talked about the fact that fourth quarter, we expected strong earnings from corporates, which has happened, which would allow for this fourth quarter rally that we're seeing. And we would continue to see the cutting of interest rates, right? So based on the CPI report and what we're seeing, the Fed will keep doing what they're doing. And so this all leads to good signs for the fourth quarter, which we had predicted previously. Even post-election, we took out some of the anomalies where we were concerned about what the election was going to bring us. And then secondly, it was, will the Fed continue to cut rates? And every sign says that will continue.
But probably not as aggressively, right? If I look at the WIRP function on the Bloomberg terminal, it looks like we're only getting down to 4% by a year from now, and previously we would have guessed 3.5, maybe even 3. I think
you don't even get under 3.6 really over the next 2 years.
Yeah. So for the interest rate cuts, which we've been talking about for some time, it will be that steady cut. So 25%. I expect another 5 cuts by next year, so 125 bips by the end of 2025. So it's that slow continuation as we continue to have what I call that slow easing from inflation. And then importantly, that's where the consumer will start to feel the impact of that, because as we've talked about this previously, these small cuts you don't feel very quickly. That's why the continuation is going to be pretty critical.
I also just want to say we're showing a live shot right now about President-elect Trump arriving at Joint Base Andrews. Remember, in just about an hour and a half's time, we believe he has his meeting with President Biden. We will talk more about that later in the show. It's a good time to talk about politics with you, Raquel. I mean, after this election, you saw this tremendous rally in equities. You've seen days where it's kind of stalled out. Are your clients chasing this rally? Are they feeling like they have enough certainty to put on a risk-on attitude? Or are they saying, okay, maybe these levels are ones to sit out on?
Yeah, so what we've told our clients is stay invested. As you're going to see, based on what we talked about, strong fourth quarter. And if we take a look at what we're expecting next year, right, corporates saw a 10% increase in earnings at the end of this year. we're expecting 15% next year, excluding the Magnificent Seven. So if you really think about that, right, the fundamentals say that the markets will continue. We're going to continue to lower interest rates, the rates, and what's important about that, that says equities or the markets definitely will feel the tailwinds of that. And then importantly, there are just so many important, what I call corporate stocks that are going to continue to do well. So we've told our clients stay invested and continue to invest in the markets. Some sectors may change based on these elections, and I think that's the difference of where you would say the future is going. But I would say financials is what we talked about last time. That continues as I talked about the strong corporate earnings. I would say technology, as we've talked about, that will be the theme for some time as we think about the fact that we're just starting to see the innovation take off in AI and all the things we talked about last time. And I'm still, focused on healthcare, believe it or not. But again, that's through the biotech and the importance of what's actually happening from what I call new drugs. And then fourth, rounding it out, would be utilities, right? We're still going to see the need for data centers and what we did from manufacturing. So the infrastructure bills and all things that took place in this period are all going to continue to fuel the economy next year. So there's no reason to not be in the markets.
Well, let's talk about M&A and consolidation, because some of those industries you bring up, healthcare in particular, have been mentioned as targets here. And everyone except that one Bloomberg opinion columnist seems to think that we're going to see a lot of that activity from here. How are you factoring that into your views?
I'm super supportive, and I would agree with him. So I would say next year, M&A and IPOs are going to be really important. The market could lean into that, and that's important because if you think about what we've seen with the strong corporate earnings and everything that we're talking about, and if we think about some of the post-Red regulation based on our new elected president, you think about two things that are be important about that. It is tax cuts and deregulation. Those are two things that are feeding into the market that have many of our corporates very excited about that. Most recently, actually a report coming out tomorrow from HSBC, which is our Global Entrepreneurial Wealth Report. And we felt it was really important to understand where entrepreneurs' mindsets right now, because we know that's what fuels innovation. And the great news here is when we did a study of 1,800 entrepreneurs around the world, 94% of them were very optimistic about the markets and business going forward. 88% said next year they plan on their businesses doing extremely well based on current policy and what they're seeing in the markets. But the positive also with that is 80% of them talked about the importance of making the communities better. And so the responsibility that goes with these entrepreneurs, which is one, corporate, but at the same time understanding there's a community responsibility as we think about the next innovative entrepreneur that's going to hit the market in the coming years.
And you've certainly seen a lot of that play out in that Russell 2000 trade. You've seen it play out as companies are looking for IPOs. We've reported a number of them, and we'll talk more about those next. Now, coming up, we're going to talk about how the CEO of one of Wall Street's biggest banks is preparing for a second Trump administration. We're going to bring you those highlights from my exclusive conversation with Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser. This is Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Bloomberg Technology.
We're excited to really change the expectations for space companies where you have this always-on, reliable, and frankly dynamic satellite connectivity that you would expect of your power grid or of your cell phones. And so we think that this is a huge opportunity space, and our first contribution to it is through shared infrastructure.
You can see this whole ecosystem developing, and you have an exponential growth right now because easier access to space means more demand for space, and that's the definition of an exponential growth function. So if you think about someone like Varda, who is only possible now because access to space is cheaper and easier, we're demanding more access to space.
I think that's what's so exciting from a business perspective, is the fact that if you can do it, you're one of a few numbers of organizations in the history who've actually pulled it off. And so it creates a very defensible position, because again, space is very, very hard.
Don't miss Bloomberg Technology live every weekday.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
We thought we'd take a look at Bitcoin versus the S&P 500.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington. It's really a tale of two cities in crypto.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. Let's get you a quick check on stocks. We are about 14 minutes into the session. You can see still quiet, a little bit higher when it comes to the S&P 500, higher to the tune of about 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100 still unchanged when it comes to big tech. And then you take a look at your small caps, just on fire today. The Russell 2000 up about 0.9% right now, Shanali.
And meanwhile, yesterday I sat down with Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser in an exclusive interview to talk about how the bank and its clients were positioning in the wake of President-elect Trump's election victory. Here are some highlights of that conversation.
I view this not just from the perspective of our own operations, but from that broader perspective from our clients around the world. And I think they'd say 4 Ts. The first one is the tempering of regulation. Second would be taxes. Third would be tariffs, and the final one would be tightening immigration. And as we look across the board, I would put that in the perspective of a largely pro-growth agenda.
Well, you're also the most global bank in the country. How are you preparing for the world of global finance to potentially be shaken up by some of these policies, the tariff policy in particular? It's something that Trump has made clear it's a key policy that he'll be implementing.
So when we look at trade, you're right that there's going to be changes, but trade is not going away. So as we look at this around the world, I think we've already seen major changes in the global lanes in the last 3 years, driven by geopolitics and technology transformation. If you speak food, energy, technology, security, cyber, finance, green, all of these different lanes are changing around the world. This just puts one more into the mix. So it will take a bit of time from trade and the tariffs to see what goes from the rhetoric to the actual agreements and the policies, and then into execution. We'll have some time to work out what that mix is.
Another major reason I bring up trade first is because a lot of prominent economists have brought up the idea of inflation that could be brought on the heels of tariffs. How concerned are you about inflation? You were kind of very early here to catch it in the first place.
Certainly there are elements of this that could be inflationary. At the same time, we've also seen, particularly here in the States, an ability to have productivity improvements and driving changes through. So I would say we've got to wait and see. People decide policy and determine policy. Let's see what the policies are, and then we can work out what's the response to it.
That was my exclusive with Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser. A lot about the macro, but I know we're looking at the micro too, Matt.
Yeah, we are, but I want to continue to hear more from Jane Fraser throughout the program. Really fantastic interview, Shanali. Let's focus in right now on a couple of the individual stocks that are moving in this market, because there are a long list of earnings movers as well as, bankruptcy proceedings to look forward to. Spotify, though, is first and foremost, for me, it's up 10% right now. Danita Tsikova joins us from Bloomberg News. What's going on with Spotify?
Yeah, it's incredible stock price today. Looking at the year-to-date gains, we're talking more than 120%. And of course, it's coming on the back of a very strong earnings report. It beat most of the estimates on the street. What we saw is a very strong margin growth. We also saw record number of subscribers. Paying subscribers grew to 252 million, beating all estimates. Monthly active users grew to 140 million, again beating estimates. Of course, this comes in a climate where advertising is becoming more difficult and there are a lot of challenges there. But we remember Spotify did a lot to cut workforce and save costs. And additionally, marketing costs have been lowered over time. So perhaps this is another boost to the company. So people are listening to music. They're also betting on sports because you take a look at Flutter shares right now. Of course, Flutter is the parent of FanDuel. They're higher to the tune of about 5%. Yes, they're up to a record high. Indeed, sports gambling has become bigger and bigger thing, especially in the U.S. And we recently had Missouri approve sports betting. We had legislation in the U.K. and there is no taxes coming, which was a big challenge to the industry. The company jumped to a record high, is raised its full-year outlook and reported quarterly results that beat all estimates. And just one number, U.S. gambling brought about 130 billion in 2023, and that number is expected to grow.
That's because of, at least partly because of you, Shania, right?
Except for, as you know, we talked about this. I'm very moderate with my gambling habits. Anyways, there is two very positive consumer stories, but there's one that's facing a little more trouble. What's happening over at Instacart?
Instacart actually came with a relatively strong earnings report, is giving some weak forecasts for next year, and the stock is under a lot of pressure. It fell more than 7% earlier. It forecast adjusted earnings in the current period that fell short of analyst expectations. That said, the earnings show strong consumption power, which has been obviously worry for the U.S. We saw very strong results from DoorDash, which is obviously a competitor. It's been doing quite well. It beat all the estimates on the street, so perhaps this is a strong trend for the industry. That said, a little bit of the hit earlier today is already it's already erased, and the company is doing quite well this year, so perhaps it's not that much of a...
Yeah, up 83% year-to-date. The bar was certainly high. Danita, great to see you. That is Danita Tsikova. Let's also talk about Spirit. Seeing quite a wipeout, of course. It's nearing bankruptcy. Its proposed tie-up with Frontier fell apart. JetBlue wasn't able to buy it. We're nearing the end of a long, sad story.
So it does seem like, in this case, at least, the Biden administration has killed Spirit.
It's interesting because Tim Stanovic and I were talking to the CEO of Delta yesterday, Ed Bastian, and Tim tried to get him to answer, do you expect more consolidation under a Trump administration? He didn't quite answer, but he did talk about the regulatory overreach from the Biden administration, and it sounded like he's looking forward.
He said it has been frustrating working
Yes.
with these regulators.
I'm sure it has, and I'm sure that Spirit is frustrated as well. Coming up, Citadel issuing a warning to recruiters. We'll have the details next in our Wall Street Beat. This is Bloomberg.
East, and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling.
Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
And it's time now for the Wall Street Beat. Today we're looking at Ken Griffin's warning to recruiters: don't pitch fake jobs. Joining us with more is Bloomberg finance reporter Will Shaw, who was part of this story and also part of this larger story. There has been an investigation that Bloomberg led into Odin Partners, allegations over there that they had misled traders, and now Citadel seems to be reacting to it. What's going on?
Yeah, don't pitch fake jobs. You'd think it would go without saying, but Citadel has decided not. It's got in touch with its external recruiters. It said, please don't try and trick our staff into sharing confidential information with you. And please don't send us sensitive information about our competitors as well. Now, the backdrop is our story about Odin Partners, a major recruiting firm in London from a few weeks ago. The core allegation is that staff at Odin Partners were encouraged to contact sales and traders at major banks, give them false names for themselves and for the company that they work with the aim of persuading traders to share sensitive information about P&L, salary, the makeup of teams, etc., some of which information Odin Partners would then allegedly share with their clients.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think fake jobs really covers it. They are calling under false pretenses, using fake names, and trying to get sensitive information out of Citadel employees. Seems like a lawsuit to me, instead of just saying, like, please don't. Are they not suing?
So to be very clear about this, Citadel are not a client of Odin Partners. And so Citadel is sending out this message preemptively to make sure that it doesn't happen to them. By way of clarity, the previous clients of Odin Partners have included Barclays Bank, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Deutsche Bank, UBS, and BNP Paribas. Now, we're still to hear back from any of them about what their position is on this alleged practice.
All right, William, great reporting. It's a fascinating read. You can find it on the terminal and online. That is Bloomberg's William Shaw. Meanwhile, let's get a check on these markets right now. Of course, almost 30 minutes into the session, you can see the S&P 500. It's a small move, but it's red. A little bit of a bigger move when you take a look at the NASDAQ 100. Big tech down about 0.2%. You are seeing a move lower in treasury yields right now. That could be giving some relief to the small cap space. The Russell 2000 currently higher by about 0.8%. It was a pretty hairy day yesterday, Matt, but at least for right now, green for the little guys.
Yeah, and we're seeing yields continue to come down. Not as steep as it was earlier, still about 440 on the 10-year right now, 427 on the 2-year, but that is the reason that you see the Russell 2000 continuing to gain. Coming up in the next hour, Sarah Wolf will join us at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. We'll talk to her about what to expect from this incoming Trump administration. And then Mike Novogratz of Galaxy as Bitcoin crosses through $90,000.
even that it'll be easy, but at least there's a theory of change.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President-elect Donald Trump is back at his old stomping grounds. He arrived in Washington, D.C. last hour.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says this is the norm.
President-elect Trump is coming to the White House because the president invited him as part of this peaceful transfer of power.
It is traditional for the outgoing president to welcome the incoming president to the White House, although it is noted that when then-President Trump lost the 2020 election, he did not invite then-President-elect Biden for a meeting. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Analysts are having a heyday with some of Donald Trump's choices for top government posts. Among the latest, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Mike Huckabee, and Fox News host Pete Hegseth. Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
I think that these choices show that Trump is prioritizing loyalty and familiarity. These are people that he has known for years. In some cases, they served in his first administration.
Inflation's inched up again. The Labor Department says consumer prices were increased 2.6% year over year in October. That's up from 2.4% the month before. To blame? CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
Electricity up 4.5% annually. Not a good sign as we go into those winter months, of course, where you're going to be using that a lot more. Energy as a whole, though, that decreased 4.9% annually.
Also up, rent, yes, used car prices and airfares. The State Department says it will not cut military aid to Israel. CBS's Elizabeth Palmer from Tel Aviv.
Israel has stepped up food deliveries very recently. It's opened a new truck crossing into Gaza, and it's pledged to get more aid to the north. But as America's ultimatum came and went with no consequences for Israel, aid agencies say it's just too little and far too late.
The entire Northeast is waiting for rain that could put an end to wildfires like the one along the New York-New Jersey border. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams.
The combination of low relative humidity and breezy conditions will lead to an increased risk of fire spread. Tomorrow, we'll see more moisture thanks to an approaching system, which is good, but there's not much in the way of rain over the next 5 days.
A 1980s and 90s TV star is dealing with a life-threatening disease. Dave Coulier made the announcement on his podcast, Full House Rewind.
A few weeks ago, I was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Big surprise.
Cancer stage 3. The 65-year-old actor says doctors broke the news after an upper respiratory infection.
I'm going to put up a pretty good fight.
This is CBS News.
TradeMastersHub.com/free.
We are finding out about a new developmental vaccine.
Experimental vaccine from all but eradicated horsepox, a relative of smallpox, could be effective against smallpox and mpox, according to a new study. It's based on research from Tonix Pharmaceuticals in Frederick, Maryland.
We're trying to generate vaccines for smallpox or mpox with a single vaccine that is safe and is tolerable, and it can induce immunity that can protect against both monkeypox as well as smallpox.
Farouk Nasser is senior principal scientist at Tonix Pharmaceuticals. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
Sean Combs' lawyers will get another chance to try to convince a judge to let their client go free while he awaits his federal sex trafficking trial. His lawyers have been granted permission to request bail for a third time. They were denied in their past 2 attempts. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are 2 big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Wednesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We're also streaming live on YouTube, so go to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. Just met sitting in for Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. Right now, let's go to Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is speaking to Republicans.
A lot of good friends in this room. So you know we had like historic kind of numbers, especially for the president, but we won't get into that. But the House did very well, and I think we're responsible for 31, helping you with 31, meaning we could have lost by quite a bit, and we ended up, I guess you'll be 5 up. Are you looking at 5 or 4? 5 or 4, right? Doesn't matter. We get used to 1 for a little while. When you can get used to 1, you can get used to anything. So I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. We worked with a lot of you to get you in, and you helped me, and you helped me too. And my numbers were, so they say the 129 years is the most important election in 129 years. That's pretty good. I said, who is the 129 years? What was that, Doc Ronnie? Who's 129 years ago? I'd never looked because it started at being 100, and then they upped it to that. But it's a great compliment. We won the majority by 7.1 million. We won, which is great because Republicans aren't supposed to be winning the majority, Marjorie. You know that, right? And we won that, and we won it every way, all 7 swing states by a lot. And Michigan was great, couldn't be better, I'll tell you. Michigan was great, and we had a couple of people, almost New Jersey is right, just a few points. It's got them very worried because they say, well, next time if we go up even a fraction of what we went up, you're going to win New York, you're going to win New Jersey, you're going to win places that weren't winnable. California, too. I think without one speech, without campaigning at all in California.
I believe you lost some audio there of the president. Is that correct? I'm trying to get that back. President speaking to Republicans in Capitol Hill. So we'll get back to the president once we get that audio back. Let's go to Kaylee Lyons, co-host of, we're looking at President still in Washington, D.C. Kaylee Lyons, Balance of Power, co-host in Washington, D.C. Kaylee, thanks so much for joining us here. What do you expect to hear from the president in the next 24 hours? Today, he's going to be meeting with President Biden. What do you expect to hear?
Well, we're likely to hear more details on his transition, Paul, and potentially we could have more cabinet picks or others who will be close to him in his administration named, as we've had a trickling out of those names over the last several days. Things actually do seem to be moving pretty quickly, considering we're only a week and a day out from the election that has vaulted him to now what will be a second Trump administration. It'll be interesting, though, to hear from the former president and president-elect as he potentially characterizes the meeting he will have at the White House with Joe Biden that's slated to begin just about an hour from now. at 11 a.m. Eastern time, keeping in mind that Biden did extend this invitation, something that was not afforded to him by Donald Trump after he beat him in 2020. But all of this is really meant to underscore the peaceful transition of power. They may talk about a few subjects in the Oval Office this morning. We don't know what they will be. The White House has not commented on that. The press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, said they prefer to keep private conversations private, but you could expect it may touch on matters of foreign policy and also protecting democratic institutions. Is that what we heard so much about from Joe Biden on the campaign trail when he was campaigning against Donald Trump?
And as you know, Kayleigh, this is Trump's first time in the White House since he left office in 2021. One answered question right now is whether Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will be a part of today's trip from Washington. What do you know so far?
Well, J.D. Vance is in the Capitol right now, Jess. He arrived just a few minutes ago with his much larger detail than he enjoyed as a U.S. Senator, as he is now Vice President-elect. Whether or not he will be making the trip to the White House at this time is unclear. We'll, of course, keep you updated. I'm about to go head to the White House myself. And it also is worth pointing out that J.D. Vance is not the only one who has traveled to Washington with Trump today. You have a number of close allies, including Susie Wiles, who has been tapped as Trump's incoming White House chief of staff, as well as the likes of Stephen Miller, for example, Michael Whatley. There are a lot of people who have made the trip, and many of them are in that ballroom right now at the Hyatt where Donald Trump is speaking to House Republicans, taking some credit perhaps as to the performance they were able to pull off, as it does look like the House majority is going to be kept in Republican hands. And I would just point out the other thing to pay attention to today, other than Donald Trump gracing Washington with his presence once again, is that there are leadership elections taking place today in both the House and the Senate. In the House, it is widely expected the existing leadership will be reelected to those positions, including Speaker Mike Johnson. But in the Senate, there is a very real question about who will be succeeding the outgoing Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell.
Kayleigh, what are we taking away from some of the cabinet appointments, from some of the czar-type appointments from President Trump here, President-elect Trump here? What are we taking away from some of these announcements?
Well, there's a few consistent themes, I would say, Paul. One of them being that the people who have been named thus far officially by the president are loyalists. They are people who have vocally advocated for him and his campaign over the course of the last many years. He certainly wants to see those loyal allies of his to be in positions of power. But it is interesting, we have seen, even before we've had fully secretaries, cabinet level positions filled out, Secretary of State, Treasury, just two examples, we're seeing the appointments of people who will not face Senate confirmation, czars, if you will, including Tom Homan, which of course will be kind of overseeing the border, the likes of Stephen Miller, who's going to be the deputy White House Chief of Staff for Policy, but could have a heavy hand in immigration policy specifically. Others as well, including a Middle East envoy that was named yesterday, Witkoff, who of course is a Florida real estate investor. So you're seeing a number of people who Donald Trump is saying will be close to him in the second administration, but won't necessarily have to face confirmation in the Senate. That, of course, isn't true for some of the names for cabinet level positions that he's named. The Department of Homeland Security, he's appointed Kristi Noem, the governor of South Dakota. As well as we learned yesterday for the Department of Defense, a Fox News host and Army National Guard veteran, Pete Hegseth, will be the Defense Department, which took many people by surprise. There haven't been that many surprises in Trump's picks so far. Largely were people who were understood to be on the short list that have been named. But that one in particular took people aback here in Washington when it was announced last night.
Kayleigh, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting. Kayleigh Lyons, Balance of Power co-host, giving us the latest coming out of Washington, D.C. President Trump speaking to members of the Republican Party in Washington, D.C. as we speak. Let's switch back to these markets here. Red and green on the screen. We had CPI data came out today, kind of right in line with expectations. CPI on the reported basis, 0.2%, right in line with expectations. I guess ex-food and energy, 0.3%. Again, right in line with expectations, right in line with the prior period. The market's kind of taken in stride. Gina Martin-Adams joins us here. She's a chief equity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, unlike her bosses. Gina, talk to us about what you took from the inflation data. What you're thinking about these equity markets right here?
Yeah, not much from the inflation data. Really hard to dig out a surprise there. A lot of really just as expected, no big change, kind of status quo coming from the inflation numbers, which is frankly great for stocks. Any sort of sign of tame inflation, low volatility inflation is always pretty good for equities. The equity market, couple of things really strike me. First,
We're in the seasonally best period for stocks. 80% of the time, stocks rise in the fourth quarter. October was weak. Now we're starting to see the bounce back post-election. This was all pretty predictable. That typically is the pattern that happens in an election season. But there are some key differences between the 2024 election of Donald Trump and the market's reaction and the 2016 election and the market's reaction, and all of those are really at the sector level. The biggest one that struck us is the fact that this time around, big cap growth is rallying on the news. That did not happen in 2016. 2016 was a pure value rally, really led by financials, energy, industrials, all the value stocks. This time around, growth is participating, which is interesting. It's a lower beta rally as well. As much as markets are rising more, they're rising more because the biggest lower beta stocks are rising more, which is also potentially consequential. And then globally, we've seen some really interesting shifts. Mexico is performing well. That's really bizarre, considering the potential ramifications of policy implementation, particularly with respect to immigration and trade out of this administration. But nonetheless, lots of really interesting things have happened over the last week in markets.
Politics aside, because I know a lot of times people want to focus that on what policies and how that could shape the stock market. But when you look at, and because you're bringing up where we're sitting now versus where we would have been in 2016, if you look at the blended ratio, price to earnings for S&P 500, it was around 17 then. It's closer to 23 now. Obviously, the Federal Reserve and the economy in a very different spot then. We didn't have COVID happen yet. And then also, if you look at the comp function, the S&P 500 is up about 50% over the last 2 years, obviously after the bottom in October of 2022. So when you're looking at earnings revision momentum for next year, what is this telling us when we kind of remove the politics as far as, are we set up for a decline coming up, maybe just a short-term correction after you've had such a gangbuster 2 years here in the equity market?
Yeah, I love that you bring this up because it's something that we've started messaging is, look, let's not read too much into the seasonality here about what to expect for come 2025, because things are changing and pretty quickly changing underneath the surface. Unlike 2016, the Fed is easing. In 2017, 2018, the Fed was tightening policy. So that's a really different sort of cyclical signal. Also because, as you correctly identify, we just had that earnings trough in 2022. We're still reestablishing earnings momentum for some of the lagging sectors. So the big story for us going into 2025 is, will the Fed be able to continue easing policy? And also, will we continue to see this rotation in earnings momentum in favor of laggards and disfavoring the former leadership? This really started all the way back in June. The trend has only been potentially exacerbated by recent events. And if we move into 2025, I do think that we're going to have a much more volatile landscape because we're going to continue to see this rotation, and then policy will only force it to happen more, if it does happen. If politics become policy, is the way that I'm phrasing it now.
Politics become policy. Very good. All right, we'll see how that plays out. Gina Martin-Adams, thank you so much for joining us. Gina Martin-Adams, she's the Chief Equity Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. And Jess, just looking at the markets here, just no real direction. I think it's a little bit of a sleeper on the back of the CPI data.
Something I've been watching, of course, is small caps. So the Russell 2000, our TY here, about 0.6%. So right now, it's about 1.5% off of that November 2021 all-time high. Got really close to it last week, obviously on the back of that rally that we did see. But keeping focus on small caps here, but obviously the earnings potential and then the issues when it comes to whether or not we see steep rate cuts or not.
And for Tom Keene, I'm keeping on top of Bitcoin, up 3.5%, 91,400 on Bitcoin. How about that? This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash, being brought to you by IBKR Financial Advisors. Switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges, no conflicts of your interests at ibkr.com/RIA. Well, the major stock averages right now mixed to little change. Tesla, Amazon, Home Depot, Eli Lilly, point leaders in the S&P 500 right now. We have Treasury yields, they're lower as the inflation data we got earlier today matching estimates, and that does seem to bolster the case for the Federal Reserve to keep cutting interest rates. Bonds climbing across the curve. And some of the individual share moves, Charter Communications agreeing to buy Liberty Broadband, all-stock transaction. Now, the merger is going to consolidate two public companies in which cable billionaire John Malone holds significant interests. Spirit Airlines closing in on a deal with creditors. It would restructure its crushing debt load on bankruptcy court. This comes as discussions for the tie-up with Frontier fell apart. And mortgage rates, they continue to rise, closing in on the 7% mark again. Mortgage Bankers Association reports the rate on a 30-year fixed rose last week, reaching the highest level since July, 6.86%. S&P 500 down 8 points. That's down 0.1%, 59.75 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 32 points, and right now the NASDAQ 100, 92 points lower, down 0.4%. The Russell of the small and mid caps right now 0.7% higher. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Jess and Paul.
Charter buying Liberty. Liberty down 6%. Charter up 2%.
This is complicated.
It's a John Malone. It's just a tax. He's just moving chips around the table, and there's tax benefits somewhere for him that the rest of us just don't see. But here's what I've learned about investing with John Malone over 35 years. You just go to where he's going. Where he puts his money, that's where I go. I mean, so it's not in the broadband, tracker. It's in CHTR. That's where you go. I mean, that's how. It's the only thing I can tell you, folks. Let's talk about this.
Do you follow this, Jess?
Yes. Paul's seen it all, though.
I mean, there's 3 or 4 Liberty Broadbands out there to buy.
I was trying to figure out which stock to go to.
I don't.
Vote. There's A, there's B.
You have to take time. It's just craziness. But people who've invested with John Malone have come to expect this. And over time, it's made you lots of money following Dr. Malone. CPI, inflation, kind of came right in line, Jess. I mean, what do you think there? I mean, 0.2%. Seems fine.
Yeah, well, the options market was pricing in a bigger move for next Thursday because that's the session after NVIDIA's earnings. So the S&P 500 is expected to swing 9.9% next week. Whereas today, Stu Kaiser from Citi compiled the data, and they only were expecting like a 0.6% swing, which would have been the smallest implied move since July.
All right, we had Stu Kaiser here in studio from Citibank. Good egg. Jeffrey Cleveland joins us here. He's the chief economist at Payton and Regal. He's out there in LA. I have no idea where he is today. Hey, Jeffrey, talk to us about inflation. What are you feeling about inflation these days? Is it whipped? Is it under control? Do we have to be concerned about it? What did the CPI data tell you today?
Well, hi, Paul. First of all, coming to you from London.
Nice.
That is the
have a pint on
Bank
me.
of England in the background. So, yeah, a little bit different venue today. But CPI, is it dead yet? I don't think inflation is dead yet, but we're moving in the right direction. I think the key number this morning was 0.3, the month-to-month change in core CPI. That rounded up to 0.3, so it was actually unrounded. It was like 0.28. That implies in our quick math something like a 0.2 reading on the Fed's preferred gauge of inflation, the core PCE, which we'll get later this month. So 0.2% on core PCE is roughly consistent with the Fed's inflation target. So I think this does keep the Fed on track to cut again at the December meeting. That's the key takeaway from the report for me.
There's been debate about rate cuts and how they may slow in the coming months, possibly to every other meeting pace starting in 2025. We've also had some commentary from Fed officials this week, like Neil Kashkari, talking about how high productivity points to higher neutral level. Before they were thinking it was around 3%, now could potentially be higher than that, just given that they're waiting on what potential fiscal policy will come out of Washington over the next year. Where do you view the pace of rate cuts in the coming months?
Yeah, we see another one in December, as I said, and then I do think they slow the pace of cuts in 2025. So maybe they go to once per quarter. So you get 4 over the balance of 2025. And yeah, I mean, as you get closer to the range where you think neutral is, that maybe you can slow down as you approach the station, something like that. It's really hard to say where neutral is. Our guess is somewhere around 3.5%. I think that's a good bet at this point. Maybe a bit lower. We'll have to see. That is notably higher than we would have told you pre-COVID. So we probably would have been around 2.5% at that time. So I think you can make a good argument that it's a little bit higher, but I think you could also argue that nobody actually knows with any degree of certainty. So we'll have to see.
Jeffrey, we're going to get retail sales on Friday. A, what are you looking for there? And B, what's your sense of the consumer out there?
I continue to be excited, elated. I mean, the strength of the consumer, it's holding up very nicely, Paul, through all the data that we've seen thus far this year. For us at Payden and Regal, the most important data point is aggregate consumer income. I mentioned that probably 100 times on this program. It's still growing, Paul, 5% in nominal terms, 5% year on year as of the latest set of data. That's important because when the U.S. consumer has income, they tend to spend, and that keeps GDP going, and that's what we've been seeing. So I think you'll see that reflected in retail sales. The only caveat that I always give the clients is that retail sales is really mostly goods, and so it's a subset of overall consumer spending. So don't get too fixated on any one month of retail sales. We think the U.S. consumer is in solid shape.
Looking at the GDP Now model for the fourth quarter, I know it can be volatile, but so far it's around 2.5% growth there. And obviously we're going to have more earnings that are geared toward the consumer next week, including Walmart here. When it comes to more of the crucial holiday quarter, which usually is the gangbuster quarter that powers consumer spending and more than 2/3 of GDP growth, how are you viewing the final months of the year?
Yeah, I've been pretty upbeat on our U.S. GDP call all year relative to consensus. Right now, we think Q4 to Q4 for 2024, GDP is going to be about 2.4%. And if the fourth quarter comes in, as you say, as that nowcast implies, there's potentially some upside risk even to our optimistic take. So that's very good news, especially if you go back to, I don't know, this time last year, a lot of prognosticators, a lot of investors were saying that a recession was inevitable, that given the fact that the Fed had hiked as much as they had, that with a lag, we were going to see a downturn. And we just really haven't. The consumers remain resilient and GDP growth looks great. So I think for me, what's the moral of the story here? We have a situation that we've had maybe 5 times in the last 3 or 4 decades where the Fed is cutting rates, so becoming less restrictive, and the economy is still growing at a pretty good clip. When those two things are moving in the right direction, it's good for risk assets. So, equities, large cap, small cap, whatever you want, U.S. equities, but also credit sectors in the bond market. We have a very good high yield strategy. I think that will continue to do very well given the GDP backdrop and the Federal Reserve's actions.
All right, Jeffrey, thank you so much for joining us. By the way, go to the Royal Arms Pub, Bank Street, mention my name. They will take good care of you. Jeffrey Cleveland, Chief Economist, Payden and Regal. He's over there in London seeing clients and doing the good work there. Let's go to Joe Matthew right now because we have the president-elect in Washington, D.C. President-elect Trump is in Washington, D.C., just met with some Republican leaders, and now soon we'll be meeting with President Biden in the White House. Joe Matthew joins us, Balance of Power co-host. Joe, boy, I'd love to be a fly on the wall for this President-elect Trump, President Biden meeting at 11 o'clock. What do you think they're going to talk about?
Well, I mean, you won't really need to be a fly on the wall for some of it. There will be a pool spray, as they call it down here. The press pool will be allowed in the room, and we're going to get some tape of these two guys together, remembering what it's like when you do a sit down in the Oval. They'll probably be near the fireplace. They might both say a couple of words, take some questions, and I suspect they'll both want to make a point. Joe Biden wants to remind everybody this didn't happen 4 years ago, that this is about continuity of government, the peaceful transfer of power. Donald Trump will probably play with the press a little bit, and I don't know what he's going to say. This is actually going to be fascinating. I'll let you know. They're just crossing town right now. He just left the Capitol. Donald Trump showed up in the House of Representatives earlier today, or just off the Capitol. They were doing this in a hotel where they're voting on GOP leadership here today. He got a standing ovation when he walked in. Speaker Mike Johnson, speaking of fly on the wall, we do have some reporting from in the room, described Donald Trump as a singular figure in American history. He said they used to call Bill Clinton the comeback kid. Trump is the comeback king. It's likely the speaker will keep his job. That's the expectation. The big question today, guys, that's also happening here is who will be the next Mitch McConnell? They're voting this morning in the Senate on their next leader.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because they are debating about whether it's Senator John Thune from South Dakota, John Cornyn from Texas, Rick Scott of Florida. Who right now do you think is in the lead of the contender here?
Well, I'll tell you what, they've even got Polymarket on this, Jess, and John Thune is leading by a lot. He's also leading by a lot just here in Washington when you talk to people. He was considered the front runner going into this. Something happened, though, over the weekend. Tucker Carlson got involved. Elon Musk got involved. The MAGA community decided that Rick Scott, the underdog, the senator from Florida, more of a Trump ally, they seem, and maybe somebody more willing to break the rules or create new ones in the Senate, was kind of endorsed, not by Trump, but by MAGA. And so he's been seen as a bit of an insurgent candidate. Be very curious to see how he does here, but I will warn you, it's a secret ballot. And that's why it's likely that John Thune will do well today, because senators won't be called out by name by Donald Trump based on how they vote.
You mentioned Elon Musk. What are we learning here about his role over the last 7 days and then going forward?
These are great questions that we're all asking. The fact that he was on that phone call with President Zelensky tells us a lot. The fact that he's in Washington today tells us a lot. There was a thought that he might even be in the White House with Donald Trump. There was talk about whether he was going to show up for the meeting with Joe Biden. These two seem to be joined at the hip right now, Paul, and we did get official notice last night from Donald Trump that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will be running this department set to cut some $2 trillion out of the budget. That's their plan right now. By the way, did you see what this thing is called? The acronym actually spells Doge. It is the Department of Government Efficiency, the Doge, and it will not be an official part of government. Apparently, they'll be able to do this without being confirmed.
So we only have about 30 seconds left, but I wanted to ask you, because by leading a commission outside of government, Elon Musk doesn't have to divest his personal financial holdings when making recommendations to the White House, right?
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly right. Doesn't need to be vetted, doesn't need to be confirmed with a vote in the Senate. So he can kind of do his thing, be on the phone with Donald Trump and help to steer them to money that they're going to cut. But it's unclear exactly how this is going to work.
All right, very good. Joe Matthew, thank you so much. Appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Joe Matthew, he's a co-host of Bloomberg Balance of Power. He's down in Washington, D.C., and all eyes are on D.C. today. President-elect Trump in Washington today, meeting with Republican House leaders earlier this morning, now making his way up to the White House for an 11 a.m. meeting with President Biden. We'll have more reporting coming up. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Today's inflation report coming right in line with expectations. The so-called core CPI, which strips out food and energy because they're so volatile, increasing 0.3% for a third month. Stocks in reaction to that initially higher. Right now, the major averages are mixed. The S&P 500 5 points lower. That's down about 0.1%. 59.78 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 45 points. That's a rise of 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100, it is down 86 points, a decline of 0.4%. And the Russell of small and mid caps, right now that's up 0.7%. The more immediate reaction was in Treasury yields. They fell, but right now the 2-year down just 5 basis points, I call it, just at 4.29. The 10-year has actually risen. It's up 1 basis point, so a turnaround there. It is at 4.43. Some of the individual shares on the move. You have Dole shares dropping after the food producer full-year adjusted earnings outlook fell short of expectations. Flutter Entertainment, ticker symbol FLUT. Those shares jumped after the operator FanDuel, the online sportsbook, slightly raised its full-year group guidance for revenue and EBITDA. And then Volkswagen raising its investment plans in Rivian Automotive by $800 million. They're kind of signaling their commitment to their U.S. partner. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Jess and Paul.
Hey, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. One of the more fascinating things to come out of President-elect Trump's election is the role of Elon Musk.
The world's wealthiest individual.
Apparently, he's been with the president ever since the election. Joe Matthew was just reporting he's in D.C. today.
He was in Mar-a-Lago before.
Yep, exactly. Fascinating story developing. So guess what? Our big take people on top of it.
Always.
As always, Max Chaffin joins us, senior reporter for Bloomberg Business Week. Max, you've got a story out here. Elon Musk has a new project to run Donald Trump's government. What do we know about his role here?
Well, yesterday, we learned a little bit more just after this story was published. Donald Trump made something official that he had teased and that Elon Musk had teased repeatedly on the campaign trail. Elon Musk will be the person charged with providing advice on the streamlining of government. Now, that could mean any number of things. It could mean, I think, very little. It could also mean that as Donald Trump prepares to enact his, very ambitious agenda, that Elon Musk will be at his side. And that'll be my bet. I think the job thing is probably a distraction. The most important question in the Trump White House is who has Trump's ear, and right now, that's Elon Musk. And I think as we put together this story and as I've been thinking about this, Elon Musk throws him into these companies. And famously, he has 6 different companies, Tesla and SpaceX, his car company and rocket company being the big ones. I think we need to start thinking about politics, and in particular, Elon Musk's role in right-wing politics, whether it's the next Trump administration, or even beyond that, as his other big company, as something that he is going to be devoting a lot of time to and trying to use it, frankly, to benefit his other interests.
We were just chatting with Joe Matthew about this, and so we were discussing about how by leading a commission specifically outside of government, Elon Musk doesn't have to divest his personal financial holdings when making recommendations to the White House on federal spending and regulations that he wants to cut. What sort of precedents do we have for something that's created that's supposed to be specifically outside government, and what power can he yield and not yield? Do we have any indications on that?
There have been lots of presidential commissions. This kind of thing is not necessarily anything new. It's really just a question of how closely is Donald Trump listening to it. And when Elon Musk, he suggested all kinds of very radical things that are likely to be either difficult to achieve, like practically working within the confines of government, or wildly unpopular, or both. So, he suggested, for instance, that he's going to Twitter the U.S. government, suggesting, massive layoffs. Remember, he laid off 80% of the Twitter staff. He is not going to lay off 80% of the U.S. government. I think that would be a very, very, very surprising thing if it were to happen. That said, Trump has is going to try to defund aspects of the government, and it really seems like Elon Musk is going to play a role in deciding what gets defunded, which is, of course, is going to raise all sorts of ethical concerns and questions. And because there are ways that President-elect Trump is going to be in a position to, say, squash investigations into Elon Musk companies or direct funds to Elon Musk companies or slow down some of Elon Musk's competitors. And so, you know, it's going to keep journalists busy. I'm sure that the left is going to be very focused on this over the next couple of years because Elon Musk, who's a polarizing guy, is going to be tied to this administration very closely.
I mean, Elon Musk, you cited in your article and you just mentioned here, all the companies he runs, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, on and on and on. How many hours in a day does this guy have? I mean,
you know, you haven't even mentioned his video games.
When you think about how many companies he owns, too.
Yes, he plays a lot of video games, which, you know, is one of the many head scratchers with this extraordinary man. I think we've seen investors in some of these other companies get concerned. And, you know, right now we're in the middle of this kind of honeymoon phase. You know, there's a mania to the way Elon Musk is talking about this stuff. He's at the he's in Mar-a-Lago. He's in Washington now. You know, Trump family members are referring to him as Uncle Elon. You got to think that this is not going to last. And if it were to last, that there would be a bit of a come down because as you say, Tesla is a big, complicated company with lots of challenges. And right now we're seeing a lot of investors bid up the stock, but there isn't a ton of, it's not like there's a clear rationale for why Tesla is suddenly worth like 40% more than it was before the election, except that, hey, maybe Trump's going to make things better. But you know, there are going to be challenges, and distraction is going to be something that we're going to be looking at.
And what about EV policies? Because it seemed like they were more beneficial toward Tesla, maybe under the Biden administration, rather than the prior Trump administration. So how does this sort of shift, and when you have kind of the Trump 2.0 coming in?
I mean, this is one of the things that's so strange, because Elon Musk became much more conservative during the Biden years, but the Biden years were incredibly good to Tesla. Tesla's value, you know, shot way up. It went from being kind of a niche player to one of the large American car companies. And, you know, Trump, as you kind of hint, was very critical about electric vehicles on the campaign trail. Now, there are two things here that are probably worth bringing up. One is where Tesla is now is very different than it was 4 or 5 years ago. And you could make an argument that these electric vehicle subsidies actually do more for Tesla's competitors than they do for Tesla itself. So, like, if you were to remove all these subsidies, yes, it might cost Tesla investors money, but it would also sort of help Tesla lock in its very, very dominant position in the market. And the second thing, probably the more important thing, is that Elon Musk is desperately trying to move beyond the auto business. He wants Tesla to be an AI company. He wants to have robo-taxis. There is no regulatory regime there. And I think what investors are hoping, and again, I don't know that they have much sort of clear factual basis for this hope, but this is the rationale, that Trump will basically legalize this business, that he will take a very dicey regulatory situation and make it less dicey, and that will be worth a lot of money to Tesla and ultimately to its shareholders.
30 seconds left, Max. How much time do we think Elon Musk is going to allocate to the government stuff?
Well, right now it seems like it's a full-time job, right? I mean, he seems to be there quite a lot. I think this is going to be something that he's very, very focused on, you know, probably as long as it lasts, which maybe that's only going to be a couple of months. Maybe it's going to be longer. You know, he has signaled that he wants to play in politics beyond this, beyond 2024. He's talking about the midterms already. So we'll see.
All right, very good. Max Chafkin, really appreciate it. Max Chafkin, he's senior reporter, Bloomberg Business Week, in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. He's got the big take story this week, and you can read that story on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. We're big fans of the Big Take stories. Always fascinating topics, deeply sourced, deeply resourced, and they're really good stuff. So you can check that out at Bloomberg.com as well as the terminal. Looking at the markets here, S&P, this is for Lisa Abram. It's unched on the day. She hates that term, so I use it as often as I can. The Dow Jones up 100 points, NASDAQ down 44 points. Go figure. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, gentlemen. She's sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you will find us. There was a story, a U.S. investment firm, there's a Bloomberg News investigation into allegations that Odin Partners misled traders at some of the biggest banks about getting some of their pay information, compensation information, posing that they were pitching jobs.
That's right.
And this was a Bloomberg News story a couple of months ago, which really got a ton of readership. And now there's a follow-up story. Citadel, the big hedge fund, warns recruiters, don't pitch fake jobs. William Shaw joins us, finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joins us from London via Zoom. William, talk to us about this story here. What is Citadel telling the recruiters that it has on retainer? What's the story?
Yeah, thank you very much. So they've got in touch with their external recruiters globally, as I understand, and have said to them, as you mentioned, please don't pitch fake jobs to our staff. You'd think that might go without saying, but Citadel obviously feels not. Now, they're also telling their recruiters, don't try and extract confidential information from our staff, and don't pass us on confidential information from our competitors. Now, the backdrop to this, like you say, is the story from a few weeks ago about Odin Partners, which is a major recruitment firm for big Wall Street banks operating out of London and in Asia as well. So the core allegation was that senior officials at Odin Partners encouraged junior staff to phone up traders at really big banks, give fake names for themselves, fake names for Odin Partners, and try and persuade these traders to share sensitive information about P&L, salary, makeup of teams, some of which information Odin Partners would then share with its clients.
So what's the motivation for Odin Partners to do this, and what specific confidential information was shared?
For example, they would compile information on P&L that individual traders have made or that desks have made going back many years, the salary that traders get. Now, they would allegedly share that for free with clients as a goodwill gesture. There's no indication that the clients knew where that information had come from. The clients have included firms like Citigroup, Morgan Stanley, Deutsche Bank, Barclays, BNP Paribas, and UBS.
You know, having worked on many trading desks myself, I would never even consider giving that information out.
Right.
Who are these knuckleheads that are telling these headhunters, this is what my desk is making, this is what I'm getting paid? I mean, you learn that from day one, proprietary information.
Right. It's a little shocking,
Crazy.
but there's got to be more to this story, too.
It happens. So, I mean, if you're a firm like Citadel, I mean, you're a huge player on the street.
Yeah.
You're only 3,000 employees, but everybody does business with Citadel in one way, shape, or form. I would think this would send a pretty stark message to the industry.
Well, what's really interesting actually about Citadel is that they are not a client of Odin Partners. So they're not embarrassed by this story. It's easier for them to take a position. Now, the actual clients, the ones whose names I just listed, so far they're saying absolutely nothing about this on the record. Now, privately, there's some suggestion that those banks aren't concerned about these allegations at all, like one or two of these banks. So at one of these banks, there was a suggestion that there isn't a review into these allegations and they plan to keep working with Odin Partners. Another bank, there was a suggestion, well, you know, the information, the intelligence and the contacts that Odin Partners have are just so good, just so useful. So it's really difficult at this stage to say with any authority that the banks have got a serious problem with these allegations. Now, that may change. They may come out. They may say something on the record about this. At the moment, it's difficult to tell how concerned they are about these allegations, and indeed if they're concerned about these allegations at all.
Could Odin Partners face any repercussions for these allegations?
I don't think there's any indication that the City of London police are taking a look at it, or any indication that the Information Commissioner's Office, which is the data regulator, is taking a look at it either. I mean, these allegations would breach data protection regulations. It's possible that in some instances, allegations like this could amount to fraud. It seems like for that, you'd need to have the banks to be genuinely concerned and to do something about it, or the individual traders to be concerned and do something about it. At the moment, there isn't any real indication that is happening.
William, thank you so much. We appreciate that. William Shaw, he's a finance reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us from London via that Zoom thing. What are you looking at today in markets? What have you written recently?
Actually,
let's
so
highlight some of your
I did
fine
the taking stock for this morning. I mentioned a little bit of it.
How many did you write a week? Every
it
day.
depends, but we have a taking stock column. There's also an earnings watch, so I'll do kind of a roundup. I'll probably use GMA, Gina Martin Adams. I'll probably put together. She was talking to us about some of the revision momentum data for earnings. I'll probably put something together later this week for that. But this morning, my story was about how move over CPI traders are watching Nvidia more so, just because obviously
that's next week.
Right, that's next. So they report after the bell next Wednesday, and obviously the session after that, because they'll be after the closing bell on Wednesday. So November 21st would be next Thursday. So that's where the options market is pricing in a 0.9 point swing that Thursday on the back of those results. But also, I would say the one-day implied move for Nvidia is actually around 8%, so that's higher than the last 8 quarters.
8%, yeah, big move. All right, the market's certainly looking at Nvidia as the bellwether.
That's right.
For the AI trade. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we got some politics. President Biden hosting President-elect Trump at the White House, supposedly right around now for their first post-election meeting, setting in motion the U.S. transition of power that will be completed in January. We'll take some tape playback of that when it happens. That could be really interesting. Laura Davison is going to join us as well. Bloomberg News politics editor on President-elect Trump's cabinet appointment, and maybe some follow-up from the meeting. Kayleigh Lyons, Balance of Power, co-host on the Trump-Biden White House meeting as well. Henrietta Trez, managing partner and director of economic policy at Beta Partners, joins to discuss the future impact of Trump's presidency on taxes, tariffs, and all kinds of economic implications. So it's going to be a politics-heavy hour coming up in the 11 o'clock hour. We're going to kick it off, as we do at this time, with Charlie Bell.
All right, I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We are looking at a mixed market right now. The Dow, the S&P, they're both pushing higher, but NASDAQ in the red. The Russell 2000 index outperforming today, up now by about 0.9%. We've got the S&P, to put it all in context, a little changed higher by 2 points right now. Stocks struggling to gain traction after this month's big gains. The Dow up 120, up by 0.3%. NASDAQ, though, in the red, down 37, a drop right now of 0.2%. 10-year at 4.41% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.26%. Gold higher by 0.3%, 26.05 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.2%, 68.02 a barrel. Bitcoin, though, taking out 92,000 now. 92,630 on Bitcoin, up today by 4.5%, up another 4.5%. Bottom line, though, U.S. equities, they are struggling to gain traction. So again, the S&P 500 index a little changed, up by about 0.1%. Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari, you heard him live on Bloomberg Radio this morning. He says the latest CPI report confirms inflation is heading down toward the central bank's 2% target. But how does that play into rate cut expectations in December and beyond? Jeffrey Cleveland is chief economist at Payden & Regal. Cleveland right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. He told us he sees the Fed cutting next month, but next year.
I do think they slow the pace of cuts in 2025. So maybe they go to once per quarter. So you get 4 over the balance of 2025. And yeah, I mean, as you get closer to the range where you think neutral is, that maybe you can slow down as you approach the station.
Jeffrey Cleveland of Payton and Regal interviewed from London. Speaking of approaching the station, just getting word from Amtrak that New York City to New Haven service is expected to resume today at about 2 p.m. Again, recapping, U.S. stocks trading mix, little changed on the S&P, up now by about 0.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Norma Linda joins us. She covers all the markets for Bloomberg News. She joins us here in our New York City studio. Nora, what are you looking at in this kind of mixed market today?
Well, I'm keeping an eye on Spotify Technology. That's ticker SPOT. We're seeing shares jumping. They're surging for the highest intraday level ever. Shares are up as much as 10%. Now, this is after the company reported a subscriber gain and its margin estimates beat expectations. It is also pointing toward its podcast and audiobook segments. We're hearing a lot of analysts saying that is a strong point for the company. I don't know if you guys are we still reading books these days, or are people just listening? Good.
Yes, I am.
It seems like a lot of people are actually going to podcasts and also audiobooks for listening in instead of reading when they want to take a break. But seems to be good for the company. I mean, when we're looking at the stock more broadly, we're seeing the stock up 143% this year.
Nice. It's
so
got a market
really
cap
soaring.
of $92 billion.
That's a big one. Another one I'm looking at, and I know Nora's watching, is Spirit Airlines. Saves the ticker symbol on this, down 55% intraday today. That would be on pace for its biggest decline on record. Already down over 90% year to date. What's going on?
It is been a saga. I mean, right now we're seeing this news that's coming out that is closing in on a deal with its creditors that would restructure its debt load in bankruptcy court. They are thinking that this would be a Chapter 11 bankruptcy process. But of course, this is not great for equity holders, and it seems as though they will not actually have any equity to offer. I'm curious who's still sitting here in the stock when it's trading at $1 and about 77 cents right now. But we are seeing it, as you mentioned, down as much as 65%. That's the lowest level we've seen on record. But I mean, I think everyone's just kind of seeing what's left with this company as they had all these last-ditch efforts to save themselves. Like that deal with Frontier that fell through. It doesn't seem like there's much to look forward to here with Spirit Airlines.
Yeah, looking at those sell side, especially TD Cowen actually has a sell rating. His price target cut to $1 from $2. Right now it's trading around 177. And of course, A&R function. I know Paul likes to look at this. 0 buys, 4 holds, 8 sells so far in the terminal.
All right. Wow. George Ferguson of Bloomberg Intelligence has been calling out the fact that these regional airlines really struggling for a variety of reasons. If you're not one of the big airlines that has international travel, and business travel.
Have you ever gone on Spirit?
I have.
Have you? Okay.
I have only, I think, twice.
Okay.
Going down to Florida.
I mean, you don't get that much comfort, but I did go to the Bahamas. I went from BWI. I was in Baltimore to the Bahamas. This is back in 2019. Budget days of college.
Okay. It works for a lot of people. It's too bad they can't stick around. Anything else?
I'm also keeping an eye on Kava. We can't stop talking about food, or I can't stop talking about food. We are seeing shares of the company hitting their highest intraday level on record. And this is after it increased its annual projections for its comparable sales and adjusted EBITDA. It seems as though this is another impressive quarter Morgan Stanley is citing. And also we're hearing William Blair saying that this is a clear tipping point in terms of it being a leader of the fast casual Mediterranean space. We're seeing shares up as much as 19%, but on a year-to-date basis, surging 275%.
Yeah, so
quite the stock to watch.
A lot, especially after going public last year.
Right.
Still haven't been.
Really?
I haven't gone either.
Okay.
We should go with Bailey
I'm not
Lipschultz.
the
He's the
biggest
one that
fan.
reports on all the IPOs. I feel like we all need to go.
But I'll come for the field trip.
Okay, very good. All right, Norma Linda, thank you so much for joining us there. Norma Linda, she covers the equity markets for Bloomberg News here. Let's head back down to Washington, D.C. Laura Davison joins us. She's a politics editor for Bloomberg News down in Washington. Laura, a lot to cover here. President-elect Trump in Washington speaking to lawmakers earlier today. What's the feeling in D.C. as to we start getting more and more information on some of his cabinet picks, on some of the people he's appointing to special positions, whether it's Elon Musk or, in these czar type positions? What's the feeling in D.C. this morning?
So there's certainly been a couple surprises. Late last night, there was a pick for the Department of Defense, Peter Hegseth, who is a Fox News personality. He does have a military background, but this one raised a lot of eyebrows around the world of people having to actually Google and figure out who is this guy. So that was one of the surprises. We also see some other key loyalists going into other national security posts, someone like John Ratcliffe, who was the Director of National Intelligence. During Trump's first term, he will take on to lead the CIA. Of course, earlier in the week, we saw Kristi Noem installed at DHS, and also Tom Homan, who will be in one of those czar positions at the White House overseeing immigration and sort of these mass deportations that Trump has talked about. So where we've seen these appointments go is where you can kind of get a sense of what Trump wants to do in his early days. So immigration is going to be high on that list, national security, but also this new, what they're calling DOGE, or the Department of Government Efficiencies. Of course, this is the sort of position that Elon Musk has dreamed up for himself. Vivek Ramaswamy will be joining him there. This is not an actual, cabinet job. This is an actual department, sort of a presidential commission, which means its powers and scope will be more limited. But we can expect that we'll see Elon Musk around. He's actually today with Trump in Washington. He was at a meeting with House Republicans just a couple hours ago.
And I'm glad you brought up Vivek Ramaswamy, who's also supposed to co-lead that new Department of Government Efficiency, because he said in a post on X this morning that a federal government needs a massive downsizing. What type of influence do you think he could wield on the president?
So far, his influence has been massive. He's been at Mar-a-Lago helping make some of these key picks. He's been joining phone calls with foreign leaders. Musk himself says he thinks he can cut about $2 trillion from the federal budget. It's unclear if he wants to do that in 1 year or spread over a longer period. But $2 trillion is a massive amount. That would basically be sort of all of the government spending, that isn't, Medicare, Medicaid, some of those entitlement programs, financing the debt, those sorts of things. So this is a really big task that he wants to do, but he'll probably find it's a little bit more difficult than what he did at Twitter, for example. You can't just kind of come in and start firing people. This is the federal government, so there are more rules and regulations and guardrails in check.
Okay, from that big picture topic to another one, deportations. Is there any plan coalescing around what the scope of those might look like, how they might actually get it done?
So far, not much, but there's a lot of questions about logistically what this will look like and who is going to pay for this. Trump has said he wants to deport somewhere between 15 and 20 million people. There is some money and some things that the agencies like Department of Homeland Security could start doing, but it is very likely that they're going to need money from Congress to really get this off the ground. Of course, Congress is looking like it will be held in Republican hands, but still, government spending, in many cases needs 60 votes in the Senate. They might be able to get it by with just 50, meaning they could do it with just Republicans, but spending a lot of money. And Trump has said he wants to spend as much money as it'll take. That's going to be probably one of the first policy fights we see play out in Washington post-January 20th.
Laura Davison, thank you so much for joining us. Laura Davison, she's a politics editor for Bloomberg News from Washington, D.C. Staying down in D.C., Kaylee Lyons joins us now. She's Balance of Power co-host. President-elect Trump coming to the White House to meet President Biden in the White House meeting. This is a meeting that did not take place 4 years ago. Kaylee, thanks so much for joining us here. Any sense of kind of the agenda? How do these meetings typically go? What's the agenda for both Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden?
Well, we've already seen the first agenda item, if you will, take place, Paul. The press pool was brought into the Oval Office where the meeting just began a few minutes ago between President Biden and President-elect Trump. President Biden congratulated Trump on his victory, pledging a smooth transition, saying that his administration will do everything they can to ensure that Trump is accommodated, and welcoming him to the White House. Donald Trump, for his part, alluding to the kind of difficult nature of the relationship these two have, saying that politics is tough. In many ways, it is not a nice world, but that he appreciates the transition. That is as far as we'll get in terms of public remarks made by these two for now. The doors have been closed and the press has moved out of the room. And as for the agenda now that the private part of the meeting is taking place, the White House has been pretty tight-lipped on that. The press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, yesterday was asked what would be discussed between Biden and Trump, and she said she prefers to keep private conversations private. They could touch on foreign policy, domestic issues as well, like protecting democratic institutions, but we'll have to wait and see if they provide more color on that after emerging from the Oval Office.
As you know, Kaylee, Melania Trump was expected to skip the White House meeting with Jill Biden. And aside from 2020, obviously during the pandemic, it had been a longstanding tradition for the First Lady to host the incoming First Lady at the White House. What do we know about this?
Well, she has chosen not to be here today is essentially the extent of what we know, Jess. It's not necessarily unusual for Melania Trump to create some degree of separation from the activities of her husband, the president-elect. Certainly, she was not very active on the campaign trail during the course of his campaign over the last many months, and we'll wait to see how active a role she actually takes as First Lady upon the return of Trump to the White House in January. Though Melania Trump is not with him, there are a number of others who have traveled with him here in Washington, including close advisors like Susie Wiles, who, of course, has been tapped as his White House chief of staff. She will be the first woman ever to serve that role. And Elon Musk is here in Washington as well. I heard you speaking with Laura about some of the influence Elon Musk seems to be wielding right now over this transition and could potentially wield over the course of the federal government as he moves into that role with the Department of Government Efficiency. So no Melania, but plenty of others who are close to the president-elect here today.
And Kaylee, you mentioned Elon Musk. I'm just fascinated by this part of the story because you think about Elon Musk, everything, he's just, such an extraordinary character and an individual and all his accomplishments. You wonder how engaged he's going to be and what type of influence he may have over President-elect Trump. Is there, the folks you talk to in D.C., is there any sense of how this might play out?
Well, certainly you can see their close relationship borne out in public. Elon Musk has been with him down in Mar-a-Lago over the course of the last week, riding around with him and on a golf cart, and of course announced yesterday by Trump that he will be co-leading this Department of Government Efficiency. Certainly if Elon Musk were to adopt a more formal role in the U.S. government, it could create some potential conflicts of interest, as his companies like SpaceX, for example, are big government contractors. But by and large, it does just show that Elon Musk could be playing some kind of role here. That Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, of course, will be making recommendations as to how to cut spending and trim down the federal government. They say they'll cut waste, lead more to deregulation, but really all they can do, Paul, is make recommendations. That doesn't give them direct power to actually slice the budgets of federal agencies. That power lies with Congress. They are the appropriators. They decide what the budget is and how exactly that money will be divvied up across the many agencies. So while Elon Musk will have a voice, that isn't necessarily to say that he will have the final say. Congress is still going to play a very important role in that process.
Kaylee, we were just speaking with Laura Davidson of Bloomberg News on Trump's cabinet appointments. I'm curious, what kind of names are being floated for Attorney General, if at all?
Well, there's been a number of people who are on that Attorney General list, keeping in mind that Donald Trump has not spoken kindly of some of his past attorneys general from his first administration, like Jeff Sessions, for example. Certainly there are a number of examples from the first Trump administration of people who will not be returning to this White House. So we'll see if it is a familiar figure. There's been a number of names floated. Some of them could potentially be from the U.S. Senate, though that still remains unclear. He has, of course, reportedly tapped Senator Marco Rubio, or is thinking about doing so for Secretary of State, but that has not been confirmed by the president-elect. He still has to make that choice, the Attorney General choice, the Treasury Secretary choice as well, though Bloomberg has reported that Scott Bessent of Key Square Group is the one being pushed by Trump allies to take that job. So he certainly is wasting no time in rolling these picks out, confirming yesterday, of course, Department of Homeland Security and Defense, for example, at cabinet-level positions, but he does still have some work to do. It has only been a week and a day since he was elected in the first place, so there still is a lot of time for this transition to play out.
All right, Kaylee Lines, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Kaylee Lines, co-host of Balance of Power with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Television and Radio. She is at the White House right now. Trump has arrived at the White House, speaking meeting with President Biden. President-elect Trump says politics is tough, but he appreciates this transition, this peaceful transition.
And also, Kaylee was just talking and alluding to how obviously Trump is reportedly supposed to pick Senator Marco Rubio of Florida as a Secretary of State. And of course, Rubio has a reputation as a foreign policy hawk. So that's something that people are watching closely on and favoring those tough approaches on China and Iran. So Rubio has said prior to the election that he believed Trump administration would broker a negotiated settlement in the war in Ukraine.
Very good. All right, let's go to some tape. We have President Biden and President-elect Trump at the White House.
Make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So
Good.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's many cases, not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
That was brief remarks. President-elect Trump, President Biden at the White House for their traditional meeting. They got the fire in the background.
Feels like it went by pretty quick there.
That was a pretty quick little thing, but at least it occurred. Kaylee Lyons rejoins us. She's down in Washington, D.C. She's co-host of Balance of Power. Kaylee, I guess if nothing else, I guess it's a positive that this meeting, as brief as it is, took place.
Yeah, and this was the public portion of the meeting before the doors were closed. They could still discuss further matters in private. They just weren't willing to take press questions at this time. We'll see if either of them walks out of the White House to the sticks and takes more questions from the press. But of course, it is about really just this meeting happening as it did not happen in 2020, but it is American tradition to see this between two presidents as the transition gets underway. You heard both of them talking about this notion of a smooth transition. I would just point out that while this Biden administration has offered the usual resources for the transition, the services of the General Services Administration, as well as the intelligence agencies for conducting background checks for security clearances, Donald Trump and his transition team have been very skeptical of those resources to this point, not tapping into government money for the transition. We'll see if that changes. But for now, while everybody says they are willing to cooperate with each other, it isn't necessarily happening to the same extent as we have seen in handoffs in the past.
When it comes to other, especially foreign policy and issues, it was obviously widely reported that he was going to pick Mike Huckabee as the U.S. ambassador to Israel. And of course, Mike Huckabee did serve his envoy to Israel as well. When it comes to some of those issues too, and especially when you have different things that are, you're thinking about what this could mean for foreign policy and other picks, what should we expect from here?
Well, in addition to the tapping of Mike Huckabee as ambassador to Israel, of course, the former governor of Arkansas, you've seen other staunchly pro-Israel individuals picked, including Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York, who has been tapped by Trump to be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. In doing so, of course, creating a bit of a hole in what could be a very tight majority in the House of Representatives for Republicans. Her seat will have to be filled, as will the seat of someone else who could have influence on national security and foreign policy. Congressman Mike Waltz of Florida, who has been tapped to serve as Donald Trump's national security advisor. All of them, of course, pretty hawkish, likely to be supportive of Israel. But it really is a question of the degree to which, for me, they will be supportive of Ukraine as well, knowing that Donald Trump and his Vice President-elect J.D. Vance have been very skeptical around the U.S. continuing to provide resources to Ukraine in its ongoing war against Russia. The foreign policy voices tapped by him to be close to him in his administration could also have a hand in the shaping of that policy, as could, of course, leadership in the House and the Senate. And I would just point out on that note, in addition to the busyness here in Washington today regarding the president-elect, there are also leadership elections happening in both chambers. House leadership likely to stay the same. Donald Trump reportedly endorsing the House Speaker Mike Johnson when he met with the Republican conference earlier this morning. In the Senate, though, it's a very different story. It's a three-way race between John Thune, John Cornyn, and then what MAGA camp seems to be liking, Senator Rick Scott of Florida. And we'll see who comes out on top in that race to succeed the outgoing leader Mitch McConnell.
Kaylee, thank you so much for excellent reporting. We really appreciate your reports there. Kaylee Lyons, she is co-host of Balance of Power. She's down in Washington, D.C. at the White House as this meeting takes place between President Biden and President-elect Trump. With our news in New York City, let's go to Charlie Pellet.
All right, I thank you very much, and here's what's going on. We've got equities trading mix. Got to begin with Bitcoin, just taking out 93,000. Bitcoin ripping higher today, up now by about 5.5%. Right now, we have got Bitcoin 93,319 on Bitcoin. Stocks trading mix. The Dow, the S&P, they are both higher right now. Nasdaq lower, but the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares continuing to advance on this CPI Wednesday. Right now, that index up by 0.7%. To put that in context, we do have the S&P up by about 0.1%, higher by 5. The Dow up 129, up by 0.3%. Nasdaq lower, little changed, a drop now of just about 0.1%. 10-year 4.42%, with a 2-year 4.27%. Gold just about flat on the day, up 50 cents the ounce, up less than 0.1%, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.6%, 68.52. Again, Bitcoin getting your attention certainly bears repeating. Bitcoin right now up 5.5%, 93,000 on Bitcoin. Spirit Airlines closing in on a deal with creditors that would restructure its crushing debt load in bankruptcy court after discussions for a tie-up with rival Frontier Group Holdings fell apart. Today, we are looking at shares of Spirit. They are down 54.5%. As for Frontier, which uses the ticker ULCC, is an ultra-low-cost carrier, down 0.5%. And JetBlue, which tried to buy Spirit but was barred from doing so, JetBlue up today by 15.3%. Recapping equities mixed, S&P up 4, up 0.1%. Bitcoin 93,000. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Medin, she's sitting in for Alex Steele. Alex will be back Monday, which is the good news. I'm Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you will find us. Lots of political discussion this hour. Again, President-elect Trump in Washington, D.C., meeting with President Biden in the White House. We got a minute or so of some sound from those two, but hopefully...
That's right. It was brief. But they did do this.
Yeah, presumably they're meeting behind closed doors and getting things done here. Henrietta Trez joins us. She's Managing Partner and Director of Economic Policy at Veda Partners. Henrietta, what do you make of the last, 8 days from last Tuesday? With some perspective here, what happened?
Well, I think some of the most exciting things to happen is coming out from my conversations with folks on the Trump transition team as they're trying to staff up. Really enjoying the sort of parlor game of who's going to be nominated in which key positions. I think there is a lot of enthusiasm and anticipation around who might be the next Treasury Secretary. That's where a lot of our clients are focused. A lot of conversation around what the role for former Ambassador Lighthizer might be as a new trade czar. There's really just sort of this ebullient feel of, now we get to really put into effect all of the things that the Trump campaign hoped they'd be able to do. Obviously optimistic and enthusiastic about the fact that they got the House at long last declared in their favor. So just a lot of enthusiasm and excitement is what I'm getting out of the Trump camp today.
Henrietta, of course, there are a lot of questions about tax as well as trade policies. When you're speaking with your clients, who do they feel like would be best to lead the Treasury Department?
Best is a relative term. I think if it came to Bob Lighthizer, for whatever reason, he has made pretty clear that he wants that role. I think the market would respond very negatively to that. He's obviously very supportive of tariffs and extraordinarily competent, as we saw from the Section 301 tariff and the trade war with the U.S. and China. That's something that they would very much anticipate if he came in at Treasury, which is, on the street, the most important and powerful position in the entire administration. So I think that if Bob Lighthizer were to be Treasury Secretary, there would be a lot of trepidation and anxiety on the street. For Scott Bessent, who has been making the rounds for months now on Wall Street, there is an understanding that he would prefer sort of a gradual approach to tariffs, but it still raises a lot of eyebrows when you hear him say directly, I think that every month tariffs should increase 5%. Those are, of course, tariffs that are passed directly onto the U.S. consumer. So there's really a lot of anxiety around tariffs in general. There's also a lot of attention around this idea that Elon Musk, with his potential new commission, could trim $2 trillion in federal spending over the next 4 years. That's a non-starter. That's not how governing via the appropriations process works. That requires 60 votes in the Senate and 218 in the House, neither of which are going to be achievable. So there is a lot of focus there just on understanding the realm of the possible. But obviously this is an ex-official committee, and Congress generally doesn't cotton to outside committees of unelected officials.
Henrietta, with a little bit of hindsight here, and given what we know with the House, how much of a red wave is this election season?
Well, the House is definitely a huge problem, especially since, as you just mentioned, Trump is taking at least 2 of the House members with him to the White House. So based on the numbers that we have right now, the majority for the Republicans in the House is going to be even smaller than it was this last cycle. I think 2, 3, 4 seats is what we're looking at this point. So governing is going to be incredibly difficult, and they have some really heavy lifts to tackle. One of the things that we're focused on a lot right now is how much can they do? How much can they do on the tariff front in terms of collecting revenue in from tariffs and factoring that into the tax bill? It's worth remembering that Congress has not legislated on tariffs in 80 years. And there's a reason for that. It's really difficult. It leads to material ramifications and trade wars with not just China, but also retaliation from the EU and other nations that we impose tariffs on. By actually voting on tariffs, that puts House members in particular in a unique position to be railed against by their voters in the upcoming midterm elections. So there's going to be a really hard road ahead to pull a tax bill together just in general. And once you, or if you do add tariffs to the equation, it becomes even more difficult. With scant majorities of 2, 3, 4 seats, you're really going to struggle on that one.
What about when it comes to the debt ceiling? Because a lot of this won't transition until early next year. So when you're coming up against potential deadlines around the holidays, how could this shape out?
Yeah, so I think early discussion that I've had with Republican Senate staff in particular is that they would join the debt ceiling with the tax bill. That has some advantages and some disadvantages. The biggest advantage is that it gives you a deadline of probably July of next year to pass the tax bill. If you combine the two of those issues together, you can pass a bill via reconciliation that does not require any Democratic votes. So Republicans can forego any negotiations with Democrats and pass a debt ceiling bill on their own terms. That is, of course, something that House Republicans have not acted to do in almost 2 decades. They have perpetually relied on majority support for debt ceiling hikes and appropriations bills from the Democratic conference, even when they're in the minority. We've seen that play out repeatedly in the last couple of years. So I think the debt ceiling potentially riding along with the tax bill has the advantage of making the tax bill an urgent must-pass thing much earlier in the year than otherwise would be achievable, July versus December. But it is a very heavy political lift. And to do the debt ceiling via reconciliation, you must increase an authorization by a specific dollar figure. You cannot suspend it through, May 2028. You have to provide a $1.5–2 trillion debt ceiling hike specifically, and that will equate to a debt ceiling of $34–35 trillion, which is a very hard vote for, in particular, Republican members of the House to take.
Henrietta, my civics is a little rusty here. Remind us, how do we replace a member of the House or the Senate that joins an administration? How does that happen?
It's different for every state. They have different rules around when it has to be achieved, whether there's a special election. It depends how close you are to the election. But in general, it's up to the state and the local governing officials in that state at the governor's level to pick a replacement in the interim. They will also call special elections. That's going to be in each state's bylaws.
That's interesting. So as far as what that means moving forward, what's the timetable on when those seats would be filled?
Well, they're going to want to get them filled as fast as possible, particularly in states where there's going to be a Republican replacement. I think the easiest way to look at this is probably from the United States Senate standpoint, because so many senators are likely to go up to the administration, not just J.D. Vance, who's obviously now the vice president elect, but also a whole host of senators like Marco Rubio, potentially Tom Cotton, Bill Hagerty, Marsha Blackburn. Every one of those state officials who's in a position to replace or with a special interim appointment a senator is going to be in a position to do that. So whether that's maybe Ron DeSantis, the speculation right now is that Laura Trump is in the offing to replace Rubio. Those are going to be things that they want to do quickly, because even on the Senate side, you only have 53-seat majority for Republicans. If they lose a whole host of members that go probably in January and February up to the White House when they get confirmed, you're going to need those replacements immediately. Otherwise, you won't have functional majorities. So they're going to all do that very quickly on the House side in particular.
So, Henrietta, given what we know about the makeup of both houses of Congress, what do you think is on the to-do list for Congress in 2025?
Well, we're going to get through the lame duck session here. We're going to do an emergency spending bill for the hurricanes, Helene and Milton. There's still got to be an NDAA. There's still a farm bill component. There's going to be efforts to pass a very small focused tax bill providing tax incentives for home rebuilding after disasters. But into next year, you should expect Congress to do really the two things that they have to do, which is the debt ceiling and a tax bill. And then beyond that, very little. It's very much going to be focused on the appropriations process, which, as I mentioned, does not leave room for cutting federal spending, because you're going to have to get 10 to 20 Democrats in the Senate and maybe as many as 80 to 100 in the House. So it's going to be pass a debt ceiling, pass a tax bill, and then just work on a bipartisan way to keep the government open for the rest of the last 3 years of the Trump term. It's effectively a repeat of what we saw from his first term. Tax in the first year, and then trade for the next 3 years after that. In this case, I think tariffs will start almost immediately, but that's not going to be up to Congress. That's going to be up to Ambassador Lighthizer, who will be sort of a trade czar for the current conversation. And then Congress will do the backbreaking work of passing a budget, passing appropriations bills, hiking the debt ceiling and the tax bill. And I suspect that's largely it.
All right, Henrietta, thank you so much for joining us. We always learn so much speaking with you. Henrietta Trez, Managing Partner, Director of Economic Policy for Veda Partners. I mean, you hear some of the big proclamations out on the campaign trail, what the various candidates want to get done, but the reality is getting things through Congress, even if one party has, you know, some level of control over those houses, still the checks and balances are there to maybe kind of give a sense that there'll be a little bit less movement.
Right. When it comes to tariffs, though, that's something that's interesting because the executive branch doesn't necessarily need Congress to go through and approve that. So that's still a big question mark. And so when she was just bringing out Lighthizer as a potential possibility to lead the Treasury, obviously she mentioned, too, that markets may not necessarily like that since he's pro those tariffs.
Yep, I'll have to see how that plays out. We've got kind of mixed red and green on the screen here today. Coming up, Bess Friedman, she's the Chief Executive Officer of Brown Brothers Stevens, and Abigail Doolittle, Bloomberg News Chief Markets Correspondent. They're both going to join us here. Talk about the state of the commercial real estate business here. You know how we like to stay on top of that. It's more than just office space, and there are lots of ways to play it. We like to stay on top of the commercial real estate business here. S&P up 11 points, Dow up 177, that's 0.4%. NASDAQ off just slightly. 10-year Treasury yields, we got 4.40% on your 10-year Treasury, 426 on your 2-year. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks trading mixed right now. We are looking at gains for both the Dow Jones Industrial Average and the S&P 500 Index. NASDAQ, though, remains lower. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 32, down 0.2%. NASDAQ 100 Index right now down by almost 0.3%. But the Russell 2000 Index pushing higher, up by about 0.7%. So to put that all in context, S&P up 0.1%. The Dow looking at a record up by 0.4%. Your 10-year, 4.41%. The 2-year right now, 4.27%. Gold down $7 the ounce, down by about 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 0.5%, and Bitcoin up 4.1% right now. Right now, 91,940 on Bitcoin. Inflation has yet to loosen its grip on America's economy, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Core consumer prices are holding firm, rising 0.3% for the third month in a row in October. The government says shelter costs accounted for much of the increase. The data underscore the challenges Federal Reserve officials face lassoing the inflation breakout once and for all, as well as the challenges facing the incoming administration in Washington. It's a slow and frustrating struggle. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Rivian Automotive shares ripping higher, up 16.4%. Volkswagen has raised investment plans in Rivian by about $800 million, signaling its commitment to the U.S. partner, even as EV demand softens and the incoming Trump administration threatens to curtail supportive policies. Again, we've got Rivian up now by just about 16.5%. Rival Tesla down 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pelleton, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Jess Menton sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast. All right, Jess, I'm looking at the Mortgage Bankers Association 30-year fixed contract for mortgages. 6.86%. Dude, we were at 6% recently. I thought I was going to refi the mortgage on the Jersey Shore.
You haven't been able to do that yet.
Not happening. I don't know what's going
You
on.
know, Alex Steele is able to get a great rate right before.
2.75%. She's never, ever moving. We want to talk. We love talking real estate here, both commercial real estate and residential real estate, and we can do that today with some good folks. Bess Friedman, Chief Executive Officer for Brown, Harris, Stevens, and Abigail Doolittle, Chief Market Strategist, our correspondent for Bloomberg News. Both of them joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Bess, talk to us just about. Let's start with New York City. How's the New York residential real estate market these days?
You know, the New York City market has been challenged lately. The last few years, I would say 2, have been slower than usual. Volume is down. And I think inflation is a part of that. And obviously rates that, you know, topped nearly 8% for a 30-year. They have slowly been coming down. Inflation's been coming down. But it's, you know, all the stuff that's been going on in the economy has kind of created this challenged housing market.
And I know you also are looking at New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, as well as Florida. Where do you see different divergences between if you're looking more in the South versus where you're looking in the Northeast?
You know, the challenge in the South is more one of inventory. So we lack inventory there, and anything that comes on, you know, it moves pretty quickly. And places like Connecticut, where we have offices, same thing. And people, as Paul had said, don't want to put their homes on the market because they locked in such a low rate. So we're kind of doing this dance with buyers and sellers, and that's starting to come apart a little bit now. And we're hoping to get more fluidness as we move into 2025.
So last week, we, of course, had a little bit of news in this country, the election of Donald Trump. And I've been dying to ask different real estate people, and you happen to be the first. What do you think the impact of his potential administration, just right now, there's so many different asset classes outside of real estate that are moving, and then his actual administration, there's this expectation of inflation. Even though his last administration didn't have that inflation, are you hearing or feeling what might be ahead for real estate based on the new administration coming in?
I mean, the one thing that Trump mentioned was that he was going to remove the cap for the SALT deduction, which he actually put in place in 2017, so that could be a good thing. But I think we're open to collaborate and create a good environment. As you probably know, there is something passing in City Council today that will be deeply damaging, we believe, to the real estate industry. So we're hoping to be able to collaborate, work together, and I hope that Trump coming into office doesn't push this far left agenda further left, because that would create more problems for us.
Well, so talking about what is the vote today, the FAIR Act, my understanding on it is essentially to eradicate broker fees for renters, and the stated purpose is to lower moving costs for those renters. You know, at some point, though, as somebody who has, you know, and still am a renter, you know, it always gets passed along at some point. What is your view on this? It sounds as though you're not necessarily so favorable, but it's not as though brokers are going to not take fees.
No, of course. And what you said, I mean, you're not in the real estate industry per se, but you get it. What's going to happen is that landlords are going to have to raise rent, and there will be unintended consequences to this legislation that the city council just refuses to take into account. We've had discussions, we testified there, a whole bunch of people, landlords, people from the industry, we talked to them, we expected collaboration, and instead of that, a few weeks ago, they basically jammed this legislation down our throats without any discussion. And I think that is creating the challenges, because without discussion, collaboration, and creating responsible legislation, you know, you're going to ostracize communities, and you're going to actually hurt the people you're trying to protect, which is they're missing the point.
So I also rent, and
65% of New Yorkers do, because that's a big part of the market.
I somehow was able to get a rent-stabilized apartment, so I feel like I'll probably end up dying there because I'm not going to want to give it up. But I mean, it's just so expensive to try to find other options, especially even when you're trying to rent. So when you had so many people leave New York right during COVID, but then so many people come back, I mean, what do you do with the kind of conundrum when it comes to rent prices?
I mean, that's the challenge. The market sort of sorts that out, you know, and real estate professionals work with renters, they work with landlords, they work with everybody. So I think you want to work with your community. Look, the city council doesn't have a monopoly on caring about their community. We all care about our community, and working together is the best way to get things done. So listen, rental prices are a challenge. I get it. It's an expensive city. New York is so is Boston. Many places are. But that's about the market, and that's how things sort of sort themselves out.
Where do you think 30-year mortgage rates need to go to before the marginal seller will come onto the market and say, okay, now it's not so bad, the cost for me to move here? What do you think that is? It below 6%, below 5%?
That's
I don't know.
what I mean, the below 6 is what we hear is like where people feel comfortable. Okay. Again, mortgage rates are still historically low. Yeah. Remember, they were before my time in this business or anything, they were in the double digits. So a 6% 30-year, and you know what? You can refinance if rates, you know, dip further. So that's what I've heard, is that if they dip below 6, people are getting into the market. And so
Paul's watching that.
It sounds like everybody's watching that, because you know, I think 60% of people who own homes have mortgages. So it has a big impact.
You know, one thought that comes to mind in terms of this FAIR Act, if it is passed, I think that the average price for a one-bedroom doorman apartment here in Manhattan is more than $4,000, and maybe $4,200 or something like that. So if all of a sudden that 5 to 12% fee gets passed along through rent, are we going to see the average rent in New York a year from now be, you know, like closer to $5,000 or something like that?
I mean, I think that's what the impact of something like this would be.
Wow.
Because, you know, landlords sometimes pay the fee, sometimes they don't. If you look on aggregator sites, 50% of the time, roughly, they pay the fee, and 50% of the time they don't. And so this is sort of burdening them with that. And then there's a lack of transparency, because consumers aren't going to know what's available, because agents won't be marketing and posting the floor plan and the photos, so you're not going to know what's out there. It's not a good way to go about doing business.
Yet it's being signed in today.
It's being signed in today. The mayor has spoken about it. He's been vocal. He believes, obviously, they have good intentions, as we all should proceed like that, but he thinks it will have a negative impact. He's been encouraging them to reconsider it.
Bess Friedman, thank you so much for joining us. Bess Friedman, she's the Chief Executive Officer, Brown, Harris, Stevens, and Abigail Doolittle, Chief Markets Correspondent for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, talking a little bit of real estate like we do here. We got, again, my 30-year fixed mortgage, 6.86%. I thought the Fed's cutting rates. What's going on out there?
It's not working for you right now.
Isn't the Fed? I don't know what's going on. I don't get this whole thing. Anyway, I got the Jersey Shore compound. I'm good. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, Tess Benton, sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast. Let's get to our next guest. Why not? Andrew John Stevenson, Senior Climate Analyst for Bloomberg News, joining us from Washington, D.C. Got a story out. Climate cost, AI, tariff themes play on post-Trump election. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us here. What's the feeling within the climate change community about what a second Trump presidency will mean, at least for U.S. policy?
Sure. It's obviously not the best outcome from a climate perspective. I mean, a lot of these things were already kind of moving in that direction from, your natural gas being a very big player going forward because of the demand for power in the United States. So that's obviously been a big driver of change beyond whether the election was won by President-elect Trump or Harris. And EVs as well, obviously struggling a bit financially in terms of the affordability factor. So overall, obviously it sets a tone that's probably not the best in terms of, taking care of this problem. But that's just, got to soldier on.
And there's so much discussion about what potential tariffs and that type of policy may affect particular corners of the market. I know you're looking at border tariff battles and how that may impact steel recyclers. What about raw steel producers?
Yeah, I mean, that's some of the problems that, they're going to be faced, obviously, are supply chain related and or border tariff related issues. So on two sides of the coin, you have you know, if you think about a steel company, the simplest steel company is the one that recycles the steel. They just take it in, they heat it up, they repackage it, send it back out the door, right? That's a pretty simple process. If you're making steel raw from, you know, with a blast furnace, you need iron ore, you got to find that, source it, bring it in country. Same thing with met coal, so metallurgical coal. So it's a much simpler business. These businesses did very well during the last kind of, you know, heightened tension, shall we say, in the tariff world, and are doing well this year through the end of, you know, yesterday in terms of performance, and they're continuing to do so exceptionally well post the performance of, you know, post the Trump election, so results.
Andrew,
So,
one of the
you
big
know,
themes for investors really over the last couple of years has been AI, artificial intelligence, and a derivative play of that is kind of the power needed to kind of fund this growth of AI. What's your view there in terms of the sources of power for this AI transition?
Sure. So we're seeing a really substantial increase in the amount of power that we need for the country. It's about a 5 times increase in terms of the growth rate of what we were looking for going forward. And now it's just, you know, if you think about California, they're looking at 80% increase in power over the next decade. Texas is about 100%. So these are just giant numbers. And, you know, what's happening on the ground and what you're seeing utility sectors do is really focus on, you know, getting a lot of gas plants and things like that up and running as soon as possible to meet that demand. But on the other side of the coin, obviously, if you're a data center, you want to reduce those costs as much as possible. Those power costs are about 70% of your cost structure with respect to a data center. So anything you can do on the efficiency side, and we look at something called the AI enablers, which really focuses on efficiency and driving down efficiency. So that's Emerson Electric, that's an NVIDIA, that's a Schneider Electronics. These are companies that are really helping to kind of reduce that demand, final demand for the data centers. And, you know, from a performance perspective, they've done pretty well so far. And, you know, obviously with the demand cycle that we're seeing, they do have some tailwinds behind them.
What have the returns looked like for some of those climate alpha themes, whether you're thinking about AI enablers, also O&G methane leaders, and how are they, when you're thinking about the outlook more moving forward for those returns, look like coming over the next year?
Sure. So this has been a pretty amazing year for those kind of themes. So themes related to efficiency, you know, either in power, as I mentioned with AI, or the efficiency in terms of building, reducing the amount of methane in your fuel. These companies have all done spectacularly well this year. They've outperformed their indexes by about 13%, which is just a massive number. You're talking about 150 companies. One of the areas that's also just done probably too well, given, unfortunately for us as a whole, is the companies focused on picking up and preparing for the next storm. So the climate economy in the United States is just a massive piece of the puzzle these days. It's about 3.5% of U.S. GDP. It's about $760 billion on a rolling 12-month basis. And you're seeing, you know, companies from waste management all the way up the food chain here in terms of companies that are focused on Jacobs Engineering, Jacobs Solutions rather, and Primoris Services, which really deals with kind of the fallout from you know, like power surges and power storms and repairing the damages that they're had. So we've seen kind of across the board in a lot of these thematics, not only had they did well pre-election, but they've also accelerated about 3.5% post-election. So this is, you know, 350 basis points of excess returns just since the election on average, and about 14%, 13.5% excess returns through year to date. So, you know, they've been fairly weather tested, shall we say, in terms of the election outcome. You wouldn't expect that from these kind of climate related things to perform well, but they seem to have done so.
Andrew, thank you so much for joining us. Andrew John Stevenson, he's the senior climate analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us from Washington, D.C. Looking at the markets here, a little bit of a lift here to the markets. We got the CPI data this morning that came in right in line with expectations.
That's right. The S&P 500 hit its 51st record on Monday. We'll see if it can get 52. It's getting close to 6,000. It would need to rise right above that to hit that 52. So we'll watch that magic number at the close.
All right, PPI tomorrow. We got retail sales on Friday, so some more economic data, some more earnings as well. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next from Washington, D.C. after this global news update.
is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. Handshake at the White House. Two bitter political rivals, the president and the president-elect.
President Biden pledged to ensure a smooth transfer of power to the new administration.
Like we said, smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need.
President-elect Trump was grateful.
A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Jim.
Discussions between the two expected to cover not only the transition, but President Biden's views on foreign policy, including the war in Ukraine and peace in the Middle East. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Before his stop at the White House, Trump spoke to House Republicans, saying it's nice to win. Oklahoma's Tom Cole.
This is much more unity speech, a congratulatory speech, singled out quite a few of the members that he'd worked to try and help, which he did. We wouldn't be in the majority without him. So I'm going to be around a lot. I'm going to come see you guys a lot, but we didn't get into much policy.
Well, Trump has picked a Fox TV host to be Defense Secretary. Pete Hegseth is an Army vet. CBS News political director Finn Gomez.
Hegseth is someone who is very popular with his MAGA base. One of his key advisors, his son, Donald Trump Jr., and others who have been very vocal about having him in the administration. However, will he hit some turbulence getting through the Senate? He may.
There's word Special Counsel Jack Smith, the point man in the federal election case against Trump, will step down before the president-elect takes office. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
He's going to control how these cases wind down. He's not going to wait to be fired. Special counsel has to submit a report to the attorney general. The question is, when is that report submitted, and do we see the report?
A government report on consumer prices shows they rose last month 2.6% from a year ago. CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says that's a bit higher than September's 2.4% rate.
It's not what the Federal Reserve or investors want to see in the fight against inflation, but I want to emphasize this last mile tends to be a little bit bumpy. 1 month is not so much cause for panic, but if we start to see this trend happen month after month, that is cause for concern.
There's an investigation in Louisville after yesterday's explosion at a food coloring plant that killed 2 workers.
We knew right away that we were dealing not only with a fire, but also a structural collapse and also a hazardous materials incident.
Fire Chief Brian O'Neill says the blast blew out windows of nearby homes. Wall Street's right now the Dow is up 152 points. This is CBS News. New entries into an ever-growing Hall of Fame.
My Little Pony, the Phase 10 card game, and Transformers action figures have been inducted into the National Toy Hall of Fame. Experts voted them in from among 12 finalists. Christopher Bench with the Strong National Museum of Play.
These are toys that people say, I had one as a kid, my kids should have one too.
Anyone can nominate a toy, but to make it in, toys have to inspire creative play and enjoy popularity over time. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
The studio and most other assets of conspiracy theorist Alex Jones' company are being sold at auction today. The proceeds will help pay the nearly $1.5 billion in defamation lawsuit judgments he owes to families of the victims of the Sandy Hook shooting, calling that massacre a hoax. Jones has called on his supporters to buy the assets. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump returns to Washington. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president-elect visits both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, meeting with President Biden in the Oval, also meeting with House Republicans. On this day, the GOP chooses its leaders in Congress. We have breaking news on that ahead. We'll get the latest from Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson here in Washington with historical perspective on this important day in the Capitol from Barbara Perry at the University of Virginia's Miller Center. We'll have analysis from our political panel, a lot to talk about with Republican strategist Lisa Camuso Miller and Democratic strategist Adam Hodge from Bully Pulpit International. It's all ahead after a look at Wall Street. We set the baseline right now with our friend Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Charlie?
Well, Matthew, indeed, lots going on today, and we have got breaking news from Advanced Micro Devices, shedding about 1,000 jobs, all a part of an effort to refocus on newer markets like artificial intelligence chips. Right now, AMD shares down 2.4%, NVIDIA lower now by 1.1%. The Dow, the S&P, and now NASDAQ all trading higher, with the S&P up another 13, up 0.2%. The Dow up 179, that is a gain of 0.4%, while NASDAQ higher by 7, up by just about 0.1%. CPI Wednesday, we've got the 10-year at 4.41%, the 2-year 4.27%, gold down $13 the ounce to $25.84, down by about 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude gaining 0.3%, $68.33 a barrel, and Bitcoin, which traded briefly above 93,000, right now 92,911, up by 5.2%. Some of the other stories that we're following: Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis President Neil Kashkari says numbers from the latest consumer price report confirm inflation is heading down toward the central bank's 2% target. But a big issue for markets, economists, and policymakers is the potential inflationary impact of tariffs, and that question this morning in our conversation with Kashkari.
It really depends on what the other countries end up doing. If there ends up being a tit for tat and one country raises tariffs, they respond, and you go back and forth indefinitely, that could lead to a longer term imprint on inflation and potentially inflation expectations. And of course, we don't know what our own tariffs are going to be, let alone what other countries are going to respond with. And so we just need to be patient and see.
Kashkari was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. Again, recapping right now, the S&P at 6,000 even, up 16, up 0.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much from New York. Back to the nation's capital where we have breaking news. Thank you for joining us here on, what is it, the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Seems like it's been a week already. The headlines have been flying as part of the transition, and now today as part of the leadership elections on Capitol Hill. We're going to have a lot more on this ahead, but we do have multiple reports now coming from Punchbowl, along with others, that John Thune will be the next leader in the U.S. Senate. This is a secret ballot. It's been underway for a little more than, 20 minutes, half an hour here, and it looks like we do have a leader. By the way, it looks like Rick Scott did not make it to the second ballot. We'll have more on that on a big day here in the Capitol. Before that vote, Donald Trump stopped by to see everybody. Well, at least House Republicans got a visit. He's going to be spending the day here in Washington, D.C. Then he made his way over to the White House for the meeting that we had all been waiting for here, to be a fly on the wall. You don't have to be. We'll bring you in the room right now. It was awfully brief, the time that reporters were allowed to stay in the Oval, with a ripper of a fire in the fireplace. Donald Trump, Joe Biden at the White House. This took place just moments ago.
Well, Mr. President-elect and former President, thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you. And looking forward to having, like we said, smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So good. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. And a transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome.
That's it. Get out, everybody. And of course, their conversation continues after the press is ushered out of the Oval. If you were with us on YouTube, I mean, that fire, what was it, 100 degrees in there? I don't know how long I could have sat in front of the fireplace. Everybody's trying really hard to be polite and cordial, knowing, of course, that Joe Biden said repeatedly that if Donald Trump were elected to be the next president, it would be the end of democracy. And we're joined at the table on this big day by Wendy Benjaminson, I'm glad to say, helping to edit our coverage here from Washington, D.C. This is one of those big days.
It is a big day.
All news is local. I'm about 20 minutes away here. This morning, it took me like an hour and a half. They shut down highways. They shut down the 3rd Street tunnel.
I believe it.
Because the boss was in town.
Yeah.
And he's moving around a lot. So this is going to be, there are a lot. They're all back in town today. Lawmakers, Donald Trump, and some pretty serious conversations to be had. We'll get to the Senate leadership battle in a moment because we have a couple boxes to check here. Just speak to the optics of what we just witnessed.
Well, the one thing that struck me was the memory that Donald Trump did not offer that courtesy to Joe Biden in 2020 when he lost, although he wouldn't admit that he lost, and so he wouldn't have that transition meeting where they are supposed to meet. Also note that Melania Trump decided not to avail herself of a meeting with Jill Biden, and that's usually, to be fair, a tour of the White House, and here's where the kids will live, and here's where you're going to live, and that kind of thing, and here's the plates, and that kind of thing, and here's the staff. Melania knows that. She's done this for 4 years, so maybe she decided she just didn't need to make the trip. But that is the contrast. Joe Biden, even though, as you pointed out, Joe, he has said numerous times that Trump is a danger to democracy and all of that, he does what the book says you're supposed to do. The book says you're supposed to meet with the next president, so
here we are.
By goodness, they're going to do it.
This is all about continuity of government.
Right.
As well as peaceful transfer of power.
Right.
But are you surprised he didn't take that moment to speak to the importance of our allies, to the veracity of our democracy? It was, great to see you. Here's the keys.
Yeah. We actually think that once the pool of reporters was ushered out of the room, that is actually happening. I don't know that Joe Biden will bother to lecture Donald Trump on the Constitution and the importance of the rule of law and that sort of thing. But we do know that what he wants to talk to him about is Ukraine. And I think maybe imploring him to maybe not cut off the spigot right away.
Yeah.
But
of course, Donald Trump has spoken to Vladimir Putin more recently than Joe Biden has.
Right.
Maybe he could bring Joe Biden up to date on some things.
Maybe he
could.
This
is a weird world we're in.
It certainly is.
He stopped at the hotel to meet with House Republicans on the way. Endorsed, apparently, Mike Johnson, which I guess that's a headline. Nobody thought Mike Johnson was going to be kicked out in this process. Republicans had a big rah-rah. That's right, for now. Mike Johnson referred to Donald Trump as a singular American figure. If Bill Clinton were the comeback kid, he said Donald Trump's the comeback king. So that was the feel-good part of the day. On the Senate side, it appears, as I mentioned, they just elected John Thune, not the MAGA-preferred Rick Scott. What does that tell you about
this? Tells me that there's still a little part of D.C. that will bite back.
Yeah.
That Trump wants to come in and change everything. There is no norm that is not shattered. There is no convention that is adhered to. None of the traditions, go along with Donald Trump. But the United States Senate, maybe except for the U.S. Supreme Court, is the most hidebound, traditional, institutionalist place in this city. And when they were told by even the president-elect to pick a certain person for their leader in a secret vote, they said, heck no, we're not going to do it. Remember, Rick Scott ran the midterms was a blue wave. Yeah. And you usually don't get promoted after.
He also made a run at Mitch McConnell once before.
He made a run at Mitch McConnell before, right. And John Thune was one of Mitch McConnell's favored picks. Yeah. John Cornyn of Texas was the other. And so this is the institution biting back a little bit.
We are. Does John Thune like Donald Trump or not? Does John Thune fear Donald Trump or not?
Yeah, less. I think this may be his last term, and so he may not have a lot of cares to give.
So is he the insurgency?
Yeah,
inside the party.
It's hard to me to think of John Thune of one of the Dakotas as an insurgency, but he is certainly a moment where he is saying, "I am the Senate Majority Leader." Also, let's I'm talking about all of their bravery here and standing up to Donald Trump. It was a secret vote. Had they had to raise their hands on C-SPAN and say, I'm not voting for Trump's pick,
Scott might be
Rick
the leader
Scott
now,
would
right?
be
You
the
think he
Republican
would, don't
leader.
you?
Yeah.
That's incredible to consider. So John Thune and Mike Johnson, two different kinds of Republicans from different parts of the country. Can they make this work together?
I'm sure they can. They're all Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't think John Thune is going to stand in the way of many of Trump's nominees, in terms of confirming judges. I mean, John Thune is a Republican, and he wants a conservative administration. And so, he may try to resist some of the more outlandish appointees or judges or policies that Donald Trump wants to carry out, but I think he will have, there's 52, 53 Republican senators. I think Donald Trump will have a smooth path.
Be curious to hear news, if there is any coming out of that meeting, on a stopgap, what we're going to do for funding here, whether this lame duck will amount to much.
Right.
There was talk of a stopgap through September. So Donald Trump wouldn't have to worry about this. The revolt among conservative Republicans would be wild, wouldn't it?
It would absolutely be wild. That's not going to happen. Mike Johnson is in charge. They don't have a strong majority in the Senate. No, there's just no way that's going to happen.
Freedom Caucus would grab the pitchforks, right?
Yeah. And Mike Johnson probably won't even bring that to the floor. Why would he?
Right.
Yeah.
So he just got an endorsement from Donald Trump. He supports Donald Trump. He's been at Mar-a-Lago.
He was at his trial, remember, in New York?
He went to New York.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That image. He actually started a trend, and everybody showed up after that, didn't they?
It was like job security,
Yeah. So in our remaining moment, what's going to be the priority then? Obviously, they have a funding deadline on December 20. Do they want to move legislation beyond that? Are they writing legislation for when Donald Trump gets into office in January?
Oh, I'm sure that's already happening. And of course, there were all sorts of draft executive orders floating around that we were seeing going on there. But for this lame duck Congress, they may try to pass, some messaging bills or this spending stopgap just to show that they're still alive. But in truth, I think they're planning for a big immigration push as soon as they come back, and a big, or I should say, anti-immigration push and a big tax push.
And apparently there'll be legislation that codifies the official genders of the United States. They're going to make a move on trans here, according to some reporting. I'll be very
Welcome
curious
to the new administration.
how that goes. That's how we're going to be spending our time. We've got a lot to learn still, and we've
sure do.
got Wendy Benjaminson to help us out. Thanks for coming by. It's a busy day in the newsroom, so we thank Wendy as always for jumping in here. Much more to follow coming up in our next block here. We're going to seek historical perspective. Barbara Perry from the University of Virginia will join us. Kaylee Lyons will join from the White House. It's next on Bloomberg.
6:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at gains for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Right now we got the S&P at 6,000 even, up 16, a gain there of 0.3%. The S&P, as I mentioned, higher with the Dow up 167 now, up 0.4%. NASDAQ up 23, up by about 0.1%. The Russell 2000 index higher by 0.5%. The 10-year yield 4.42%, with the 2-year the CPI Wednesday 4.27%. Gold down $17 the ounce, down by about 0.7%. 25.81 on spot gold, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 0.6%, 68.53 for a barrel of WTI. Bitcoin traded briefly above $93,000 this morning. Right now, $92,400. Bitcoin up by 4.6%. Spirit Airlines closing in on a deal with creditors that would restructure its crushing debt load in bankruptcy court after discussions for a tie-up with rival Frontier Group Holdings fell apart. Spirit shares, ticker SAVE, down 57%. Frontier lower by 1.1%, and JetBlue, which tried to strike a deal with Spirit, we've got JetBlue surging today by 14.8%. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all higher right now. The S&P 500 index up 15, a gain of 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
You said it, Charlie Pellet. The traffic here in the nation's capital might actually be worse than New York today. At least it was earlier with Donald Trump and Elon Musk being shuttled around town. They closed the highways and the tunnels coming into D.C. with Donald Trump on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue today. If you were with us a short time ago, we brought you into the Oval Office for a taste of his meeting with Joe Biden in front of the fireplace here. And we're going to be talking a lot more about the leadership battle taking place today on Capitol Hill. We have a new Republican leader in the U.S. Senate in John Thune, according to multiple reports. In fact, he's just out now with a statement which may well make that official. Honored to serve as the next U.S. Senate Majority Leader. He becomes the new Mitch McConnell, if you will. And we are standing by for a news conference in the Senate. We'll let you know who comes out to the Ohio clock, where dozens of reporters are waiting to hear from Senate leadership. Of course, dozens of reporters also at the White House today for an awfully important meeting. It may not generate a lot of news, but it's a big deal in this country when we talk about continuity of government, the peaceful transfer of power. Yes, the transition has officially begun, not just naming names, but Donald Trump in the Oval Office with Joe Biden. And that's why we bring in my colleague Kaylee Lyons, who's on the North Lawn and has been out there for the duration with some interesting activity. Kaylee, I don't know if we're going to get some comments from Donald Trump at the stakeout location in the driveway, or what you can tell us, but speak to the importance of this meeting.
Well, the optics, of course, are incredibly important here, Joe. Perhaps the most important part of the meeting itself is the fact that the meeting is happening at all, as we didn't get this in 2020. Donald Trump did not extend this kind of offer to Joe Biden after he beat him in the last cycle. Still, of course, was contesting the results at that time. But Joe Biden has welcomed Donald Trump here to the White House, and he congratulated him on his victory, said he will be supporting him throughout this transfer of power, that they intend to accommodate anything he needs. While Donald Trump, for his part, said that while politics is not always a nice world, that it is a nice world today, thanking Joe Biden for welcoming him to the White House. I would point out I am one of potentially hundreds of people that are here gathered, Joe, waiting to see if the president-elect emerges from this meeting and speaks to the press, as they did not take questions from the press when they first met in that public portion of the meeting. Once the spray left, we aren't really sure what will happen behind closed doors. We do know it is not just Trump and Biden speaking to each other, but their respective chief of staff or chief of staff designate in the case of Susie Wiles and Jeff Zients are also there with them in that meeting. And it right now is only up for question what they are discussing, but we'll see if Donald Trump himself is willing to shed a little light on that later on.
Yeah, I'll be deeply curious. We'll have eyes on the sticks, as they say. Kaylee, talk to us about Elon Musk. We saw him over at the hotel. He actually came to Washington today with Donald Trump, and there was some talk that he actually might go to the White House. Apparently that did not happen, but he is going to be now officially, as of last night, working with this administration.
Indeed, co-heading the Department of Government Efficiency alongside Vivek Ramaswamy, who of course ran against Trump during the primary campaign. Doge, as it will be called, will focus on, or I guess we might call it, and Elon Musk might call it as well, will be focusing on trying essentially to trim the fat, cut down on spending, deregulate as much as possible, or really make recommendations as for how to do so. Because of course, Joe, you and I both know well that while they can suggest all they want in terms of where spending should be cut, the actual power of the purse lies with Congress. It is Congress that is going to have to actually allocate the funds, appropriate them to the different government agencies. So there's only so much Elon Musk is really going to be able to wield in terms of influence, but his very presence here in Washington today does show just how close the richest man in the world has become to one of the most powerful men in the world, Donald Trump, who's about to become the 47th president of the United States.
All right, Bloomberg's Kayleigh Lyons at the White House. We'll see you back here in the newsroom, Kayleigh, a little bit later on as we add the voice of Barbara Perry. This is a significant moment, regardless of who you prefer, Trump or Biden. An important moment for our democracy and just for the history of the presidency to see these two men together after such a vicious campaign. One that, of course, ended with Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, not Joe Biden. She's professor in presidential studies at the University of Virginia's Miller Center, and we try to reach Barbara in times of historical significance. Professor, it's great to have you back. Your thoughts as you saw these two men sitting down today inside the White House.
Great to be with you, Joe. Yes, this is a historic moment for a lot of reasons. This is a fairly modern event whereby a sitting president welcomes the president-elect to the White House. And we have to remember that is in part because travel was not always easy in our past times. So the one that I remember, if not starting this tradition, but certainly carrying on past it, was Eisenhower meeting with Kennedy. And there was not a lot of love lost between them, but certainly Kennedy, as a junior officer in World War II, respected the five-star general and his commander-in-chief, Dwight Eisenhower. So they had a meeting at the White House. And again, this is continued, except as was said, that was not a courtesy that was afforded by Donald Trump to Joe Biden 4 years ago, because Donald Trump didn't believe, or at least said he didn't believe, that Joe Biden had won the election. So it's historic because it's symbolic of the passing of the torch, but there's also content in the sense that that symbolism has content, and it's good for the American people to see a smooth transition, and it's good for the world to see that as well.
Well, it is good to see. I wonder how Donald Trump will be accepted, if not ever, in the club of former presidents. Seeing him up there today, is there ever going to be an event where it's Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden standing on a stage doing something, or is he singular in that way?
He's singular and unprecedented in a host of ways that we've been covering now since certainly 2015 as it relates to presidential politics. One opportunity will be the inauguration itself. Again, he did not afford the long-standing courtesy of the outgoing president being present at, even though he had lost, the incoming president's inauguration. So that will be a test that I'm sure Joe Biden will pass that as the statesman that he's been for 50 years in politics. But I think the next opportunity when we will see something like that potentially would be the opening of the, it's not being called Presidential Library, the Obama Presidential Center in Chicago, which should come up in the next year or two. And that is typically when all the former presidents come for that opening of a former president's library or center, and usually all the first ladies come as well, and they are all pictured as a group, first the presidents, then the first ladies on stage. And so we will see. Maybe this is a different Donald Trump presidency. It's hard to imagine that his personality will change over this, but we're seeing a different kind of transition with his appointments. So maybe he will be a different style president from his first term. It remains to be seen.
Well, we're going to find out together here. Noteworthy, Melania Trump was not with him on the visit today. She is not at the White House, of course, having lived there. I do want to ask you, though, about what Joe Biden has in front of him as the lame duck president. We just ran a headline, Barbara, that he's going to be meeting with President Xi on Saturday on the sidelines of the APEC summit in Peru. What is the point of these meetings if Donald Trump is already meeting with world leaders to set up the next administration? What will come from this?
Yes, and we should say that the first appointees or nominees for the Donald Trump second administration are almost all very hawkish on China. So unlike the Obama administration, in which Joe Biden served as vice president for 8 years, in which there was an attempt to pivot, as they say, the Asian pivot, obviously to stay strong against China and tried to push through the free trade pact that would keep a strong market against China in the Pacific and on the Pacific coastlines. That obviously went away with the anti-free trade movement of the first Donald Trump administration. So I think that what Joe Biden will be doing for China and our relations with China and President Xi, as well as around the world, is to say that there will be a peaceful transition of power and that the United States remains powerful in both military and market terms, and that no one should try anything conflictual in this period of a lame duck Joe Biden presidency.
You mentioned some of the appointments we've heard about. The others are being reported on as part of the transition here, Barbara Perry. The one that's blowing a lot of minds today is Pete Hegseth, who helps to host Fox and Friends on the weekends. He's a combat veteran, not on any short list, has already publicly pledged to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And I can go down the list with a lot of these here. We can talk about Elon Musk and this new office aimed at cutting spending, the Department of Government Efficiency. We can talk about the idea of Mike Huckabee going to Israel as our ambassador, an evangelical ambassador in Israel. When you add all of these up, you look at the mosaic of names that we're putting together here. Does this feel like a different administration than the first time around, or more of the same?
Again, I think going back to Donald Trump's style, we'll see if that changes at all or if there's more of the same. I think what's very different, as people have been pointing out about these nominations and appointees who will probably, those who have to be confirmed will no doubt sail through the Senate, will be, unless there's something really desperately wrong in their personal backgrounds. But I would say that what we're seeing is the number one criterion is loyalty to both now future and former President Trump. And then I would also say loyalty to the approach to foreign affairs, again, hawkishness against probably the Palestinians, hawkishness against the Chinese, perhaps cozying up with Putin, as well as the North Korean dictator. So there are going to be changes, I think, along those lines in foreign policy. And then in domestic policy, it's going to be the 2025 approach from the Heritage Foundation, that platform of Project 2025. These people will no doubt have to proclaim that they are loyal to that and to President Trump. And we'll see if that can carry itself out in reality.
Yeah. Barbara Perry, professor in presidential studies, University of Virginia's Miller Center. Thank you for the insights, as always. Senator John Barrasso elected the next Senate Republican whip as expected, Thune as leader. This is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all pushing higher right to the numbers here with the S&P back above 6,000, 6,002 right now, up 18. That is a gain of 0.3%. Dow Industrials up 189, a gain of 0.4%, while NASDAQ is up 27 now, higher by 0.1%. The Russell 2000 index pushing higher as well, up now by 0.4%. CPI Wednesday, we've got the 10-year at 4.43%, the 2-year 4.28%, gold down $15 the ounce, 25.82 down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude holding below 69 a barrel, 68.57, up by 70 cents, and Bitcoin did trade above 93,000 briefly. Right now, 92,135 on Bitcoin, up right now by 4.3%. Mortgage rates continue to rise, closing in on the 7% mark again. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Core consumer prices are holding firm, rising 0.3% for the third month in a row in October. The government says shelter costs accounted for much of the increase. The data underscore the challenges Federal Reserve officials face lassoing the inflation breakout once and for all, as well as the challenges facing the incoming administration in Washington. It's a slow and frustrating struggle. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Rivian shares ripping higher, up 17.4% today. Volkswagen has raised investment plans in Rivian by $800 million, signaling its commitment to the U.S. partner even as EV demand softens and the incoming Trump administration threatens to curtail supportive policies. Getting word from Amtrak that normal operations scheduled to resume between New York's Penn Station and New Haven, coming up at just about 2 o'clock Wall Street time, just over an hour and 15 minutes for now. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Big day here in Washington, D.C. with a lot of headlines flying. If you're just joining us, Donald Trump is at the White House right now. In fact, it appears he might be leaving as we speak, just wrapping his meeting with Joe Biden in the Oval Office. It does not appear he's going to come to the reporter stakeout in the driveway, but if he does, we will let you know. We brought you some very brief remarks from both Biden and Trump sitting in front of the fireplace in the Oval Office, pledging a smooth, as Donald Trump said, so smooth transition and continuity of government, of course, important to Joe Biden today. It's unclear what they discussed after reporters were ushered out of the room. Then we've got what's going on Capitol Hill, where Donald Trump was earlier today. He spoke with House Republicans, endorsed the Speaker, Mike Johnson, of course, set to maintain a very thin majority in the House in what appears to be a red sweep across the White House, the Senate, the House of Representatives. And we just got word earlier this hour, just as we took air shortly after noontime Eastern, that John Thune will be the next Senate Republican leader. The vote 29-24. The headline says it all on the terminal. Steve Dennis, Dan Flatley. Senate Republicans reject Musk's pick. Elevate Thune to leader. Yes, remember Elon Musk was pushing for Rick Scott, Florida senator, who did not make it past the first ballot. After all the uproar over the weekend by Tucker Carlson, Elon Musk, and the MAGA community on social media, it was not enough to propel Rick Scott to a win here. So John Thune and Mike Johnson are your two congressional leaders, right, as Chuck Schumer steps back in the Senate, having seen the chamber flip. Our political panel is with us to talk about an important day in politics. Lisa Camuso-Miller, former RNC Communications Director, host of the Friday Reporter podcast, Republican Strategist, is here. And Adam Hodge as well. Former spokesperson for the National Security Council in the White House. He's managing director now, Bully Pulpit International, Democratic strategist. Great to see you both here. Lisa, I'll start with you as not only a Republican, but one who spent many years on Capitol Hill. What do you think of the selection here? And how easy or not will it be for John Thune to work with Mike Johnson and Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, Joe, we're living in different times these days, and so I think that everyone on the Hill is going to have to work in a way that is going to be a little bit different, right? The good news, I think, for the Senate is that John Thune is someone who understands fundamentally how the Senate works, how the process works, but he's also someone that will work together with the House and with the White House in order to advance change and to get legislative action passed. And so that, to me, is a good sign. It's also he's long been an ally and a friend to the House, and someone that understands fundamentally how the process works. So to me, this is good news. It also, to me, signals that the party itself, no matter how much, this is true also for the Republican National Committee, no matter how much outside factors try to play in the election of the various options and processes inside of Washington, the voters definitely decide who comes here, but the insiders, those inside the Senate, definitely still decide who becomes the leader in the chamber.
I guess both chambers are showing their stripes here, Adam, realizing they're red, but they approach things a little bit differently. And part of the concern going into this, those who supported Rick Scott were concerned that some senators were offended. They don't like to be bullied. They don't like to be told what to do, and that may have actually helped John Thune win. What do you think about this result?
Well, I think it's encouraging that there will be a little bit of sanity within the Senate Republican Conference. Look, John Thune, he's been a leadership fixture for many, many years. He knows how the body operates. I think he has a chance to try to work also with Democrats in the minority to try to get things done. There's going to be a lot of things on his plate, from getting the tax reform done, raising the debt ceiling, funding the government, as you were talking about earlier this hour. So those are some real big issues on his plate, and I think it's also a really smart reflection on the inability of outside forces in the online groups to force the Senate to fall at their bidding. I'm reminded similarly when Jim Jordan made his push to replace and then to become House Speaker. There was all kinds of noise from the MAGA movement and folks online to try to get him installed as Speaker, and that failed as well. Members of Congress are going to do what they think is in the best interest of their conference, and I think that's why I think you ended up seeing the vote go pretty handily towards Thune on the first ballot, and why he ended up getting elected as Senate Majority Leader.
Lisa, what do you think of Elon Musk showing up today? He was actually in the room for this when Donald Trump went to meet with House Republicans. You used to work for a Speaker of the House. You know what this meeting is like. When everybody comes back from the election, they all get back together here for the lame duck and talk about the way forward, the leaders that they want to pick and so forth. Elon Musk was in the room. Apparently he didn't say anything, did a lot of waving. But there's a report that came out of there after. Lauren Windsor tweeting, a senator told me that Elon Musk is threatening to fund a primary challenge to any House Republican who does not fall in line with Trump's agenda. How important of a role is Elon Musk playing in Washington right now?
Well, I think it remains to be seen, Joe. This is, to me, one of those things where I'm not sure there's enough room in Washington or really in the globe for the two egos that are going to be competing for one another. So I think right now it's very interesting to see that someone like Elon Musk wants to play a role. But look, he played a role in the disruption of Twitter, right? He played a role in the disruption of a lot of other, that is primarily his role in the world, right? Is to be a disruptor and an agent of change. And it also is the exact role that Donald Trump plays in not only the Republican Party, but in the American culture, right? So these two forces, as they sort of work around one another, are going to be very interesting to watch to me, because Elon Musk did definitely try to play very much in Pennsylvania, rewarding those who would come out and support Donald Trump with resources and even a bounty to win. So it's going to be interesting to watch how that all plays out. But I also think, too, that it's also a signal to the House that I once knew, that I once worked in, that things are going to work very differently. And that's, I think, sort of reflective of what you're seeing even in the picks for the cabinet, Joe, is that we can't apply the old playbook to the playbook that's being used today. This is very different Washington. This is very different governing, and it's going to be the way things are going to move now for the next 4 years.
Really interesting. Adam, your thoughts on this? I don't know that Elon Musk was on your dance card for the new Congress, never mind the new White House, but he is going to be working with Donald Trump, who made this official last night, a new Department of Government Efficiency. Remember, they came up with this while they were spitballing in their interview on Twitter Spaces. To cut government spending, to streamline bureaucracy. Vivek Ramaswamy is going to help run this thing. You used to work in the White House. This is not an official government agency. So is this just window dressing? How would it work?
Well, first, let's take a step back. I think it's a bit hilarious that they have a Department of Government Efficiency and have two people running it. But putting that aside, I think it's also a way for them to get around some of the ethics rules within the White House. Should ask serious questions. I mean, if you go in to work in the White House, you have to submit your financials. You have to go through a whole background check. There's a whole bunch of security questions that they ask about your drug use and everything else. And that's something that if you're an outside government employee or someone who's supporting in this weird structure, you're not subject to those ethics rules. And so there's real, I think, questions to be asked there. It's going to be very hard to, put forward ideas. You got to get them passed. And we know the House majority, as it looks like Republicans end up taking the House, you're going to have 1 to 2 votes, maybe 3 vote margin to get all those things passed. That's going to be a lot of capital that Speaker Mike Johnson, if he's Speaker, will have to spend. And that's before you even get to whether he'll even have a lot of these members who Trump is plucking for his cabinet, who will whether there'll be new members to replace them. So I think there's a lot of kind of questions to be asked about how quickly this will go into effect and whether the Doge structure will actually end up living up to its name.
I love that you're calling it that. I mean, this is for real. Every time we say Doge, Lisa, producer James' retirement account goes up.
I should know better.
Elon Musk said it could become the Manhattan Project of our time. Is that what you expect, Lisa Camuso Miller?
Look, I think, Joe, that we need to stay sort of steady on this. I think Elon Musk would love for it to be the Manhattan Project in his time. But, to Adam's point that he made about all of the processes that are in place, don't forget that the last time Trump was in office, he circumvented a lot of those processes. So I do think that this very well could be the kind of disruptor that Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and the president himself want to see happen. They want to affect change. They feel like the election results absolutely galvanize that for them as a pathway forward. People, regardless of all of the issues that surround Donald Trump, are anxious and willing for change. And I think that this is absolutely an indication that that is the direction that this administration is going to take.
Well, there's a lot there, Adam. Elon Musk says this will send shockwaves through the system. This is a quote. And anyone involved in government waste, which is a lot of people, exclamation point. When we talk about government waste, though, Adam, everyone's got a different idea of what counts as waste. The fact of the matter is every penny has a constituency behind it, doesn't it? How easy is this going to be to cut $2 trillion?
Oh, I mean, it's not going to be easy at all. But look, I'm old enough to remember, and I got the gray hairs to prove it, I guess, when Elon Musk's own, Tesla was considered, a boondoggle that in the Obama administration way back when it was funding to try to help get an electric vehicle industry off the ground in the U.S. and people deemed that, as something that was a waste of money. So I think every interest in Washington, there are people who are there to defend it, to protect it, and that goes both sides. That not just on the defense spending. That's not just this healthcare across the board. And so there's a lot of questions I think to be asked about how effective he will actually be in shaping that. And again, Congress will have to have a say. There's going to be a budget process, and I think you're cutting $2 trillion from the budget in a year. That's a lot of pain, and Elon's alluded to that pain, but members of Congress don't exactly like to go back and sell pain back to their constituents.
Yeah, they kind of have a thing about that. I thought when you said you're old enough to remember, you might reach for Simpson Bowls. Been hearing a lot about that lately, and I don't mean to give you PTSD, Lisa, because I know we all lived through that. We'll see if this is more effective. We have a lot to learn here about the Doge, but in the meantime, let's help producer James make some money. Our panel stays with us. Lisa Camuso Miller and the great Adam Hodge. This is a good combination, and we're going to have a lot more to talk about next hour as we run through the list. We've barely gotten to anything beyond Elon Musk. How about the new choice for Defense Secretary? A lot more where this came from. The new head of the CIA, Donald Trump, coming out with a lot of appointments in the last 24 hours. Kaylee Lyons will be back from the White House in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. It's a big day around here. Continuity of government, the two presidents meet, and a new leadership battle on Capitol Hill. John Thune in front of the Senate. This is...
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump visits Joe Biden at the White House as Senate Republicans pick John Thune as their new leader. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president-elect makes some waves today in Washington, touching both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, and we've got news. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thanks for joining us on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, you were over there a little while ago. This has been a lengthy meeting. We still have not seen Donald Trump since they went behind closed doors.
Yeah, this meeting started at 11:07, so we're going on 2 hours now. Of course, only briefly did they speak publicly to the press. Effectively, Biden congratulating Trump on his victory, pledging to help him with this transition and accommodate his team in whatever way they need, while Donald Trump said politics isn't always a nice world, but it's a nice world today as he's welcomed back to the White House. And as you rightly point out, Joe, he made that trip to the White House after earlier meeting with the Republican conference in the House. The Republican conference, of course, holding leadership elections today, just like the Senate did in selecting their new leader, Senator John Thune.
Yeah, Rick Scott did not make it past the first ballot. This all unfolded in the first hour of Balance of Power, and we can actually name names now. John Thune, by about 5 votes, will be the next leader, the next Mitch McConnell, if you will, in the Senate. Kaylee, there are questions about the extent to which he'll be able to cooperate with Mike Johnson in the House, endorsed today, by the way, by Donald Trump and the president once he is in the White House. We're going to get to the White House for a live update from Tyler Kendall coming up, and we'll talk about some of the contours here with Michelle Jamrisco from our political team.
Plus, we'll speak with someone who was in the room with the Republican conference when Donald Trump showed up, with Elon Musk in tow as well earlier today. Congressman Mark Molinaro, the Republican from New York, will be with us in just a few moments. But first, as always, let's get a check on the markets. Charlie Pellet kicks us off from up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much indeed. We are looking at records right now, at least on the S&P and NASDAQ, right to the numbers. 6,006 where we stand on the S&P, up 22 points, up by about 0.4%. The Dow pushing higher, up 221 right now, up by 0.5. NASDAQ up 51. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year at 4.44%. CPI Wednesday with a 2-year 4.28%. Gold down $15 the ounce, down 0.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up by 0.6%, 68.52 a barrel. And Bitcoin making news again today. Did trade briefly above 93,000. Right now, 92,413 on Bitcoin, up 4.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm here in Washington, Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio on what is an incredibly busy day in Washington as Donald Trump, the president-elect and former president, comes back to town, beginning his day meeting with the House Republican Conference and then moving on to the White House, where we saw something that didn't take place the last go-around in 2020, a meeting and in some ways a visual image of the handoff that is happening between two presidents, Joe Biden sitting down in the Oval with Donald Trump.
Well, Mr. President-elect and former president, thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you. And looking forward to having like we said, a smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So good. Welcome.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome.
Sitting in front of the fireplace in the Oval Office, Donald Trump and Joe Biden. We've learned that meeting has concluded now. It was a lengthy one, the better part of 2 hours. That was just the beginning, by the way. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or radio, seeing or hearing what just occurred was the start of a lengthy session. The press pool then ushered out of the room. And we want to bring you back to the White House right now on the North Lawn for an update from Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. They must have had a lot to talk about, Tyler. What do you see in there?
Hey, Joe. So I'm here at the White House. As you just announced, that meeting between President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump has concluded. They started at 11:07 Eastern, so going for almost 2 hours. Now, of course, this meeting was largely viewed as symbolic, right? The White House saying it was to ensure a peaceful transfer of power. President Biden saying he'll make sure that goes as smooth as possible earlier in the week, saying that's because that is what Americans, quote, deserve. Now, we do know that 4 years ago, Donald Trump did not not extend this same tradition to then President-elect Joe Biden. However, today they did appear cordial, as you heard in those remarks off the top. We also know that they were both joined by their respective chiefs of staff. Of course, the current White House Chief of Staff, Jeff Zients, and incoming Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. Now, in terms of what they could have talked about, we are still waiting to hear if he does come out, if there is any readout from the meeting. But experts do tell us that national security was probably pretty high on that list, mostly because President-elect Trump hasn't received those same sort of classified briefings these last 4 years. Another clue that we can look to is what President Biden has been pushing for in these final weeks of his administration. We know that National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has said that they will push the Trump transition, particularly when it comes to continued security assistance for Ukraine. So that might be one of those potential talking points that they spoke about. But Joe and Kaylee, just quickly, I will note that as somebody who has interviewed Senator J.D. Vance, now Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, numerous times on Capitol Hill, he is one of those staunchest opponents of aid to Ukraine. So that's definitely one of the stories we're going to be following and see if any headlines come out of that meeting today.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the North Lawn of the White House. Thank you so much. Again, that meeting between President Biden and President-elect Trump at the White House has concluded. We want to turn now for more reaction to Bloomberg senior reporter and editor who covers the White House, Michelle Jambrisco, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. So, Michelle, Tyler was just making the point that foreign policy could have featured heavily in this conversation. We also got some foreign policy news while this meeting was happening. Joe Biden meeting in the Oval, and we're getting news about a meeting Joe Biden will have on the sidelines of the APEC summit in Peru this weekend.
Yeah, finally some confirmation of a meeting that we thought might occur, a final meeting between the two, so it'll be the last of three that they've had as leaders, of course interrupted a little bit by COVID era negotiations. But I think there's a lot of emphasis on national security issues, and for good reason. I think there's a lot that Biden, who is especially a foreign policy president in his own terms and his own liking, there's a lot that he wants to discuss. He wants to close the loop on. He wants to pass the torch and ensure that he is able to Trump-proof, so to speak, some of his legacy on foreign policy issues, even knowing that the two leaders, Trump and Biden, disagree strongly on many ways of foreign policy and on many of the conflicts that are raging right now.
Well, what's the purpose of this conversation if we've got a lame duck president here, of course? And how is it colored by the election of Donald Trump, who is professing to be the greatest China hawk of them all?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that the White House is keen to do is to kind of, I shouldn't say celebrate, but at least point to successes of their intense diplomacy, as they call it, and managing the relationship with China. Yeah. You know, this is another thing, if you talk about optics, the meeting, you could say the same, or ask the same question of the meeting today between Biden and Trump. I mean, why do it if they both disagree on so many things? They wanted to show in that sense, they wanted to show a smooth transition. And in the sense of meeting Biden and Xi, I mean, I think they want to kind of ensure that the relationship is managed in a stable way as possible during this transition, as well as when they hand off to someone who has a very different view of how to handle things with the world's #2 economy.
Yeah, sure.
Well, so as we consider the myriad views here, it's not just about the view of the president-elect himself, but also those who he has chosen to be close to him and advise him on matters of national security and foreign policy. Given the nature of the picks he has already made, what picture is it painting?
Yeah, well, at first we saw, some China hawks, right? We saw Elise Stefanik, who's had that high on her agenda. We saw Mike Waltz, who's talked about a Cold War between the U.S. and China. And we saw Rubio, who is yet to be confirmed by Trump, but floated as Secretary of State, who's one of the biggest China hawks of them all. But, on this issue, of course, Washington is rife with folks who want to get tough on China and who have championed some of the tougher negotiations and tougher sanctions and penalties that the U.S. has applied under the Biden administration. But there's also at least two big obstacles to a sort of China hawk policy in the way that it has been under a Trump administration. When you have someone like Elon Musk, the world's richest man who has a pretty dense financial network in Asia and in China included, half of his electric vehicles produced in China. I mean, there's one obstacle to hitting them very hard and kind of removing and decoupling or separating the economies in any regard. And then the second is this intriguing and unfolding story about Trump's plans or supposed plans to try to overturn or not comply with the TikTok ban, or forced sale or ban, I should say, which is really coming hot in January. So there's a lot to discuss there, and a lot that will be at odds between who he's drafting into his administration and what he wants to do with his foreign policy toward China.
Be deeply curious to see what Donald Trump does with the TikTok situation. Michelle Jamrisco, Bloomberg senior reporter, editor, thank you so much for the insights, Michelle, on an important day in Washington. As we add the voice of a member of Congress, a Republican member who was in the room today for the meeting with Donald Trump, Elon Musk in tow, and of course, Speaker Mike Johnson, who received the endorsement of the president-elect. Mark Molinaro, outgoing Republican congressman from New York's 19th. Congressman, great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Bring us in the room for this opportunity today. Who was a bigger hit, Trump or Musk?
A little question that was President Donald Trump. There was a great degree of enthusiasm. I think, meeting that enthusiasm in the room has been the economic rebound, and we certainly see that across the country. But without question, there's unity in the House Republican Conference, and that unity, in partnership with Senator Thune, now as Majority Leader, really sets up the environment for President Trump to deliver not only on his mandate, but on his vision to make this country great again.
Well, before the next Congress takes its seats, Congressman, there is this Congress to finish up in this lame duck session. Did he express what he would like to see accomplished before he takes the oath of office in January?
He was very specific about assembling his cabinet, and I will tell you, it was more forward-thinking than the next 30 or 40 days. I mean, quite frankly, with an incoming Republican majority in the Senate, it benefits the president to obviously put bigger questions into that Congress, right? Because again, the American people spoke overwhelmingly. They embrace the America First agenda. They support President Trump with now an historic victory, and frankly, a unified government. Senate, House, and White House really stands to deliver on efficiencies. And I will tell you this, he spent a lot of time talking about efficiency in government. Obviously the big ticket items, border security, confronting and strengthening America's role across the globe, but also looking internally and making this government function again, respect taxpayers, and deliver on greater efficiency, and his vision for making sure that the federal government actually do its job well.
Well, Congressman, we've got a funding deadline coming up on December 20th. There's some reporting out there today that there's a desire by some Republicans, some pro-Trump Republicans, to extend funding with a stopgap through September. Take it off his plate, let him work on the rest of the agenda. I'm assuming the Freedom Caucus wouldn't stand for that. Where do you stand on that matter, and what's a more likely scenario if that's not the case?
Well, we're at the point now where we're going to start very early next year in appropriations discussions for 25 and 26. It does make sense to extend the current CR later in the year, allow the president to assemble the cabinet, get organized. We're going to have to deal with a whole host of issues. They will, of course, reconciliation, confronting obviously international questions, and I just think the setting forth the process to get the 25-26 appropriation structure in place, really lends itself simply to extending the CR later into next year. It likely makes sense. It'll have some opposition, certainly, and frankly, the two houses are going to respond to what the president really hopes to achieve. But we have this moment. I mean, listen, the president is focused on delivering results, and I think that means everything from getting FEMA to focus on responding effectively to Americans to making sure our transportation infrastructure actually is safe and works. And so there's going to be a hefty agenda moving forward. CR extension later in the year seems to make the most sense.
Yeah. Later being September, or are you in the camp to get this done through March?
Oh, I mean, listen, I won't be returning next year, but I think later in the year is the better option. It's going to be if we try to crunch this into the first quarter of next year, there's just too much to have to achieve in that very short window of opportunity. We don't want to compound or complicate the president's agenda. And he has a broad, bold agenda that was met with a national mandate.
Well, Congressman, you certainly won't be there in January, but I do wonder if you may have a return to the House in your sights. Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, whose district is very close to yours in the state of New York, has been tapped to be ambassador to the UN. Assuming she gets confirmed, that's a seat up for grabs. Would you go for it?
I've said this. I'm flattered. A good number of people in that district have reached out to me. I know upstate New York pretty well. I ran for governor in 2018 and frankly gave voice to a lot of these communities. This has been an honor of a lifetime these last 2 years. They just finished counting votes in my race yesterday. My hope and my goal is to remain active in representing in some capacity and serving in some capacity the people of upstate New York. And so at this point, we'll see how that plays out. But I'm very, very much interested in furthering the president's agenda, ensuring that America meets this moment, and that the people of upstate New York have an aggressive fighter on their behalf.
Sounds like you might have plans. Congressman, they did just finish counting the votes in your race yesterday, and I think it's worth noting, as we saw Donald Trump return to the White House today, with Joe Biden, who is clearly trying to express the importance of continuity of government here and the peaceful transfer of power, that you immediately conceded your race. You had some very nice things, in fact, to say about Democrat Josh Riley, who won the election, congratulating him early on. Is that a model for your colleagues to follow?
Listen, I honor the results and do wish him well. We're not enemies, we're opponents. And I do think even as President Trump earlier met with President Biden, there was a camaraderie and an acknowledgement that the transition of power should move seamlessly, and that there needs to be a respect for the great democratic process. And by the way, again, America delivered an historic win for the president, and the president in return seeks to fulfill that mandate. And that means serving everybody. And I think we heard that. I certainly know we heard that in conference today. But I respect the outcome of the election. Listen, I was at the receiving end of a brutalized and brutal campaign. They outspent us by about $8.5 million. But the results are the results. We respect them. We move forward. And I will tell you, though, I remain committed to ensuring both the success of the House Republican Conference, the success of President Donald Trump and his administration, and the goal of truly making this country as great as it can be and as it ought to be, but also making sure the people of upstate New York are well represented and respected.
Well, finally, Congressman, as we consider the conference, you obviously have been operating in what has been a thin majority for the last 2 years. And while the majority does look like it will be retained, once again, the margin could be very tight. How would you advise your colleagues to avoid the mistakes of the last 2 years in the next two and remaining cohesive?
Well, we have the benefit of now having a Republican majority in the Senate and, of course, President Trump's election. So there's going to be a real push to stay united. The president made that clear in conference in the meeting we had today. But there's going to be a push to stay united. I think that pressure and the leadership that the president will provide in that regard will keep some from causing some degree of chaos. But yes, the speaker is well aware, and I've got nothing but admiration for Mike Johnson and the leadership team, in particular as Elise Stefanik leaves. Obviously, her leadership in conference has been very, very useful and effective. But again, I think the speaker understands that there's going to have to be a lot of coalition building and consensus molding. Having the president lean in and Senator Thune and the majority in the Senate makes that a little bit easier. But we're a diverse conference. You know that. You've seen it on full display. It's just my advice. My advice is work hard to mold consensus. Listen to voices, both that which agree with you and that which disagree, and to my colleagues throughout the House Republican Conference, respect the fact that Republicans were given a mandate to deliver a safer country, a more secure nation, and a stronger economy.
All right, Congressman Mark Molinaro, the Republican from New York, live from Capitol Hill. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, a reminder, the Republican House leadership elections will be taking place later today after Senator John Thune was tapped as the next majority leader. We'll have full coverage here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher. We are looking at records right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all very much in the green. NASDAQ at 19,326, up 45, gain there of 0.2%. The Dow at 44,068, higher by 157 points, up 0.4. To put that all in context, we've got the S&P up now by about 0.3%, 6,001 where we stand on the S&P. 10-year on the CPI Wednesday, 4.45%. The 2-year, 4.29%. Spot gold lower by $15 the ounce, down 0.6%. 25.82 on the precious metal. Crude up 0.6%. 68.55 a barrel on WTI. And Bitcoin, big story, was trading briefly above $93,000 today. Right now, Bitcoin 92,850. Bitcoin now up by 5.1%. Spirit Airlines closing in on a deal with creditors that would restructure its crushing debt load in bankruptcy court after discussions for a tie-up with rival Frontier Group Holdings fell apart. Right now, we have shares of Spirit. They are down 58%. Shares of Frontier, ULCC on the ticker there, ultra low-cost carrier, down 0.9%. JetBlue, where a deal did not happen with Spirit, JetBlue shares, they're up by 12.9%. Recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green right now, with the S&P up 18, 6,002 up 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and good to have you with us here on the Wednesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio, live from the nation's capital, where it's been a very busy and newsy day. Donald Trump on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue, meeting earlier today with House Republicans, then making his way to the White House for a lengthy meeting in the Oval Office with President Biden. That meeting has since concluded. Donald Trump also continuing to fill out more of the transition team, if you will, not necessarily the cabinet. In the case of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, this is the Doge we've been talking about. The Department of Government Efficiency set to cut government spending and streamline bureaucracy, leading many to wonder why then there are two people leading this single entity that will not in fact be part of the U.S. government, kind of a quasi-agency that will advise the administration. Vivek Ramaswamy spoke on BTEC not that long ago, Bloomberg TV recently, about Donald Trump's approach to deregulation. Listen.
He is the president in favor of mass deregulation and mass reform of the administrative state. I think the administrative state and the regulatory state is the single greatest impediment to innovation, to new business formation, to business growth in this country. Donald Trump has made clear that he wants to go in and not just incrementally tinker around the edges of that bureaucracy, but really to shake it down to its small core that it should have been in the first place.
Now, Mr. Ramaswamy, who we just heard from, and Elon Musk will only have until July 4th, 2026, the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, to actually make these recommendations. But at the end of the day, recommendations is really what they're going to be. They do not hold the powers of the purse here. So let's assemble now our political panel. Lisa Camuso Miller is with us, Republican strategist, former RNC communications director, and host of the Friday Reporter podcast, alongside Adam Hodge, a Democratic strategist, former spokesperson for the National Security Council in the White House, and managing director at Bully Pulpit International. Thank you both for being here. Lisa, just to begin with you, obviously a nod to how close Elon Musk and Donald Trump have become, Vivek Ramaswamy for that matter as well, who was a powerful surrogate for Trump on the campaign trail once he's dropped his primary challenge to him. But what are they realistically going to be able to accomplish? Give us the reality check here on how exactly Washington works.
Oh, I mean, I think Washington works very differently today than it did probably just 3 weeks ago. But I think that the other thing to look at here, Kaylee, is that this, to me, indicates a change from past, right? This is more like a management council, and what it is, these two who have been in management in the business side, are going to recommend to Donald Trump as ways to change the way we do business in the federal government. Regardless of your points of view and your politics, I think that this is the kind of thing that these two surrogates precisely fit perfectly for a Trump administration, is to advise and give some counsel on how it is adjustments can be made.
I know that you're not a big fan of this idea, Adam. I just wonder what you think might come of it, if anything. Is this the administration's way of parking Elon Musk somewhere outside of the bubble, if you will, so he doesn't have a direct impact on policy?
Well, look, I think first, Joe, take a step back. You were right to observe having two people head the Office of Government Efficiency is pretty hilarious. But I think there's a way to keep him to the sides and not actually within the official policymaking realm. That should raise some questions about government ethics for sure. But let's not forget, on the campaign trail, Elon Musk said that his pursuit of ruthless efficiency was going to mean real pain for people. And so there's a lot of questions to be asked. Is that cuts to Social Security, cuts to Medicare, defense spending, all those things? Like if you're talking about cutting $2 trillion, it's hard to do that just on the discretionary spending of some of those programs that Republicans have attacked in the past. And so there's a lot of, I think, key questions, key unanswered questions. Kaylee's right to point out July of 2026 is kind of a long way away, and they won't have the ability to actually put those things in office. But I think it puts a ticking time bomb on the Republican members of Congress to ask, are you for this, right as they head into the midterm? So I think the timing here, both from a policy standpoint and a political standpoint, seems a bit foolish.
Well, so as you rightly point out, Adam, this notion that you'd have to probably take a hard look at things that no one wants to take a hard look at to actually give spending cuts of the size that Elon Musk certainly has suggested that he would be able to. Defense being a part of that. When you look at the people that Donald Trump has already tapped to either be in the cabinet or nominate to the cabinet or be close to him in this administration, what picture does it paint to you about the likely trajectory of not just defense spending, but defense posture we'll be viewing in this second administration?
I think the biggest takeaway so far is that the people he's picked for his national security team are all loyalists. They're going to do what Donald Trump wants them to do. And that is, quite frankly, a stark reversal from both history and precedent, but also from his first administration. In many respects, some of the people leading the Pentagon were able to avoid some of Donald Trump's worst impulses when it comes to turning the military on protesters, as what happened at the end of his first term. And so I think there's some real questions. I think there's also, you're not surprised, some of the key veterans groups have already come out and raised some serious questions about Pete Hegseth's appointment to be Secretary of Defense. He really has no experience actually running a massive government agency like the Pentagon. And so there's some questions about whether their eye will be trained on the ball on keeping American people safe. That's what I think you'll see senators from both sides of the aisle ask those tough questions if he's in fact put up for a confirmation hearing.
Well, we know who he wants to fire. Pete Hegseth spoke about it just a couple of days ago on the Sean Ryan show, this podcast that went up last week. Listen to what he said.
First of all, you got to fire you got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever, that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go. Either you're in for war fighting, and that's it. And that's the only litmus test we care about.
Lisa, whether you're General C.Q. Brown, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, or I guess any of the generals working inside the Pentagon right now, should you start packing your bags, start writing the resume? What would this mean?
Well, I will tell you this, Joe. I have talked to some friends that are at the DOD that are paying attention very closely. And I will say that this is absolutely one of the biggest shakeups in the history of the Department of Defense, to nominate someone that has not got sort of a long and steady tenure in that space. But look, I'll come back to the same thing that I've said now for the last couple of conversations we've had, and that is that This is precisely what Donald Trump said on the campaign trail. It's precisely what he promised the voters that he would do, and that is to shake up the way we do business in the federal government, and that includes the Department of Defense. And so, yes, if you are in these leadership positions, I'm sure that you're looking at how close you are to retirement or what this means for your next chapter, because I can't imagine that people will be sticking around to watch how this plays out.
Well, Lisa, he'll still need Senate confirmation. Do you think he could potentially face any challenges in that process?
I mean, Kaylee, yes, there will be lots of challenges, but this also, too, is a Washington that's about to turn very, very red. And it's one that I think that, you know, the president-elect has already said that he wants things to be done differently. And so is he going to recess, appoint cabinet secretaries? I don't know the answer to that. So I really think that the way that the process works itself is at risk and potentially going to be very different with him in power.
Just want to mention that we're standing by for a news briefing from the new leadership and existing leadership in the U.S. Senate. John Thune, as we've told you, has won this secret ballot to replace Mitch McConnell. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, you see the podium set up at the Ohio Clock, where we're standing by to hear from these gentlemen. There are dozens of reporters who have been standing there for a couple of hours at this point, waiting to have the first question for the new leader. When John Thune arrives, hopefully that will be momentarily. They're just wrapping their meeting now. We'll be talking about it. Adam, what's your thought on the selection of John Thune? This could have been Rick Scott if the MAGA community got its wish. Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson both were pushing the name along with many others, not Donald Trump himself. But some supporting Trump are concerned that John Thune could be an obstructionist in the Senate when it comes to the Trump agenda. What do you expect?
I think it's an example of the MAGA movement overplaying their hand. With you saw this after the push to try to elect Jim Jordan as Speaker of the House. That backfired spectacularly. And, you know, the Senate is an